Okay, that should be it. Are we up and running? I see that one. And yep, we are good. Alright, hello ladies, gentlemen, and other such entities. And whatever you want, whatever else you wish to go by. I don't know, maybe you self-identify as a goat. I don't know. I'm not gonna complain either way. So, tonight we hit Nemesis. Yeah, wow, I've been playing way too many years. So, this was during the first time that I actually felt I legitimately wanted to take a break from Magic. And at that point, I made the conscious decision that I was going to wait until the block after Invasion, which is the block after the one we're doing now. Because for those that aren't aware, Magic used to have a block structure. And at that point, a block was built from basically 3 consecutive sets that all had some kind of theme to it and had a story involved. So, for example, Mercadian Masks, spelled Masqueus, was largely based on Mercadia, and it continued the saga of the Weatherlight crew, dealing with stuff that was going on there. And it was a little bit more of a diplomatic bait. It was more politically flavored. And so, things were, card names and creature typing and so forth was flavored accordingly. For example, this is where you get the card bribery from. Was at, actually, let me pull it up here, was printed originally in Mercadian Masks. Oh, you have the creature in your deck that I am interested in. How about I get him to work for me? Well, the easiest way to do that is to bribe them. You can, oh, that's over on this side. Pardon me. I think that probably works slightly better. Oh! No, you're this side. That is the wrong side. I normally have this and just leave it. And then today it is looking a little, yeah, that's a little better. I'm going to have to get a proper sheet one of these days for that. And maybe even set up some kind of green screen type idea going on. But whatever. We'll get there eventually. Anyway, so Bribery was in Mercadian Masks, which was the first set in Mask Block. The second set was Nemesis, and the third set was Prophecy. And they told a story, and it likens to when you're seeing when you're reading books or watching a TV show or a story or a movie or whatever. There's a beginning, a middle, and an end, and that's basically the planning that they went with. You know, you can kind of liken it to Star Trek. Might be a good analogy here, because you'd have the same crew regardless of which Star Trek series you go with. You'd have the same crew. That's a bit better. And every episode, or every couple of episodes in some cases, you'd be telling a different story. And so there's the beginning of the story, the middle of the story, and then there's the end of the story where everything wraps up. And that's the structure they went with back then. And that went on for many years. And then they shifted down to a 2-block structure. And then they decided to drop blocks altogether. Which is where we are now. I think Battle for Zendikar was when they started doing it in a 2-set format, because they felt that making a block of 3 sets, you had too many cards that were just filler. They were there basically as padding. You'd have cards that were being designed just because you needed another red uncommon that fit the block, but had no reason to be there otherwise. Or you needed another green rare that did something thematic with a block, and there was no reason for it to be there otherwise. And so that was the big problem that they ran into that they finally realized we have to do something about this. And they worked many years in advance. Like, they start figuring out what a set is going to do something like 7 years in advance. And I wish I was joking. But I have seen Mark Rosewater in certain articles say that yes, we have a plan for 7 years down the line. We have a plan for 5 years down the line. They start actually legitimately working on the cards something like 2 years or so down the line. Actually, no. I think that's when they get printed, is 2 years down the line. I think they are currently printing cards, like actually sent to the printer, etc. That come out either 2026 or 2027, and I think that's 2027 is when they... So they have to print enough now. So, but they start thinking about what a given set is going to be like. They start, like, the very first rough draft of what a set is going to be like. Let's see if I can find it. Let's just do this. Paste without formatting. fine, whatever. This. Now, this may not mean anything to you, and it doesn't mean anything to most people except the person looking at it. And what this was me basically taking... Let's see if I can... Okay. What's a good... Let's try that. There we go. And what I decided was I wanted to create some kind of, and I'll be honest, I never got very far. What I wanted to do was some kind of, hey, by the way, here's an idea for a campaign, or not a campaign, but for like a D&D, for an adventure for Dungeons and Dragons. Now, if you're doing this as a, you know, as a dungeon, basically, what you have is you have a series of rooms. You know, here is a straight line down, and then here's a room off to the side, and here's another room off to the side, and another one, and these two circle around and have another one in the middle, and then here's basically, you know, a square of 4 rooms that all interconnect, etc., etc. But you could write an adventure the same way. You could write an adventure that takes, you know, this main method into consideration, and at some point, you know, here are 2 ways that can branch, and a couple of spots that are like, you know, little side quests, and you could come down this way or this way, follow either path, and one of the paths splinters off, but they eventually all lead to this big thread at the end. And so that is the way you can do it. And it doesn't mean you should do it that way or whatever, but that is a way you can do it. You know what? I'm going to take this. I'm going to copy you into here, because this way I have something quick and easy I can access. Because this way I don't need to open up another program, I just open up my browser. But that is a way you can do it, and you can go, well, you know, if this follows this thread that I've got laid out, they can go here, and if they follow this thread that I've got laid out, they can do this thing, but that will all eventually lead back to the big thread at the end. So that is a viable option. How did I get here? I forget now. I forget why I was talking about that now. Wow. Anyway, so but yeah, all I remember is that what I was saying before, that they were finding like too many hole filler cards, And so they just went away from that block structure altogether. But that block structure started from Ice Age, which was like 1994, I think, up until I think Battle for Zendikar was the first 2-block set. So that's 2015. So they did that for a good 20 years. And Battle for Zendikar, not Battle for Zendikar, try this again. Urza block was very strong. And strong I can deal with, especially when there's still, still playable cards at a lower cost in terms of like dollar value and whatnot. That can help deal with some of these things, like Counterspell. Counterspell was still a viable option, for example, and that had been printed a bunch, so it's like $1 at that point for any printer. And you had, hell, at that point you wanted a null in the main deck when you're dealing with Urza block shenanigans, because you needed to be able to counter an artifact spell right then and there. And then Masks block had Rebels, and Rebels was a bit of a problem, and I'll pull up one that people like to talk about, and that's Lynn Civi, Defiant Hero. She's a 3-mana 1/3. Okay, it's fine. X, tap. Search your library for a Rebel permanent card with mana value X or less. Put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. Tinker had already proven to be a problem. This thing had already proven to be a problem, because it's 3 mana, additional cost, sack an artifact, which could be anything. Artifact lanes did not exist yet. You had non-creature artifacts and you had artifact creatures, and that was it. And for 3 mana and sack any artifact you didn't need, you could get like the nastiest artifact that's in your deck, take it out, put it directly into play. So that allowed you to cheat on mana. Lynn Civi doesn't allow you to cheat on mana, but allows you to get it directly out of your deck and into play. So if you've got a 5 mana Rebel in your deck, all you need to do is come up with 5 mana, tap Lynn Civi. She's not a one-shot use. Dig the Rebel out and put it in play. She also allows you to recycle your Rebels, because any that end up going to the graveyard for any reason, you get to use Lynn Civi, pay 3 mana, put target Rebel card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. So with Wrath of God running rampant, being able to refill the battlefield, sure, maybe 1 card extra a turn from the activation and 1 from your hand. That's like, 2 extra bodies a turn. You're refilling in, I got like 5 creatures in play. Did Lynn Civi survive somehow? Yes? Cool. So, yeah, she was kind of a problem. And, somebody goes, okay, snuff out. Actually, better. Somebody blows up Lynn Civi. You play another Lynn Civi, pay 3 extra mana, put the one that got blown up back into your deck. Did it get exiled? No? Guess what? It's going back in. And so you can continuously keep the rebel chain going. I did not want to deal with that. So I wanted to wait until Masks block rotated out of Standard. Because at that point, Standard was basically the most recent core set and two most recent blocks. This would have been around 6th edition when this came out. So 6th, Urza block, Masks block. Waiting for Urza block to rotate out. Okay, fine. But then I still had to deal with Masks block, which had all the Rebel shenanigans. And the two biggest stacks at that point were Rebels and Counter Rebels, i.e. Rebels or Rebels with counter spells. And remember, most removal spells of any sort, legitimately, they destroy the creature or they do lethal damage or whatever, so the card ends up in the graveyard. Also, the legend rule at that point was if you had a legendary creature in play, nobody else could play a legendary creature with the same name. It eventually got changed to you could, a second one could come into play, but it would blow up the first one. Like, it would blow up both of them. So if I had Lyn Sivy in play and you played Lyn Sivy, you playing yours would blow up both of them, because it would be like a time vortex thing. Would suck them out, and yeah, now neither one of them exists. They eventually changed that rule again so that it only works per side. I.e., I can have Lyn Sivy, but now you can have a Lyn Sivy. How that works? The rules say yes. The flavor of it is taking a backseat here. But it's not just the rules, it's also the playability that allows it to be a thing. Anyway. I didn't want Lyn Sivy and Rebels in general to be a thing when I was playing Standard. So I needed to wait for Masks block to rotate out. So Masks Nemesis Prophecy. Which means the first time that I got to look at Standard again, I would pay attention to the cards, but I wouldn't be interested in playing Type 2 or anything that had access to Type 2 cards. And EDH, most people hadn't even heard of EDH or what would become called Commander eventually. Nobody knew anything about it. So after that was Invasion. Well, Invasion plus Masks, I still had to deal with Rebels. Okay. After Invasion block was Odyssey block. Masks and the Rebels and everything that went along with it rotate out of Standard. And I'm like, thank you. And then I got to play Psychotog, and that was fun and silly because the build of Psychotog that I got to play had Mythics weren't a thing yet. It had 6 rares, which were 4 Underground River, the blue-black Painland, and 2 Upheaval, the card that last I checked was banned in Commander. It might be a game changer now. I think it's a game changer, actually. Upheaval. No, still banned in Commander. Thought maybe it was a game changer. Okay. But yeah. And everything else was commons and uncommons, which means it was really cheap to put together. And I thought that was great. I mean, you had a deck in standard that was a really solid good deck, and you only needed 6 rares. And I think the Painland was like $5 or something like that, and Upheaval wasn't much more. You had a Chase uncommon you had to worry about, which was Factor Fiction, which again was also $5. Probably $30 you would have had a good playable standard deck. And when I say a good one, I mean like, you know, top tier. Like tier 1, maybe 1.5 on a bad day. Anyway. That being said, we're not here to talk about a historic commander or a historic standard deck. We're here to talk commander. These first 2 cards that I see, I think if they were being written nowadays, they would simply say that they have vigilance. Maybe not. Because Silken Fist Order, like, it's a 5-mana 3/5, which is not terra bad. You know, and white cards tend to be heavier, like, especially if they're a larger creature, tend to have, you know, a bigger toughness than power. Whenever it becomes blocked, untap it. You can make use of that. Oh man. I want First Strike and Death Touch and Allure effect on this guy, like a Nemesis mask. You put those 3 together and like some kind of additional combat. Okay, if you're making a deck that involves having multiple combats a turn, now the problem with that is things that get multiple combats generally either give your guys vigilance or, oh wait, it doesn't have to be Death Touch per se. You could have like tapped destroy target whatever, or tap deal some amount of damage to target whatever. Actually, giving this card the ability to tap to deal its power to target creature, or even funnier, its toughness. There are ways to build around the fact that it says when it becomes blocked, untap it, because giving it vigilance, no, you want a way to untap it for a reason. I could see, in a context like that, Silken Fist Order being more useful than Silken Fist Fighter. Simple wooden staff. Made from life, protecting life, stronger than cold steel. That is a nice haiku. Hands weave life and death, intertwining spirits knit, tapestries and shrouds. Huh. That's not a theme I ever thought of. Poetry. I now want to see. That would. Wow. I never even thought of it until now. if somebody comes up with a way to do a poetry themed commander deck, by which I mean like the flavor text has to be poetry based, and not just, passages from Shakespeare or the Quran or whatever, but like actual poetry that somebody, because these are lines that somebody at Wizards of the Coast has come up with, and it may have taken me 25 years for it to actually legitimately click. But whoever did the flavor text on those two cards, hats off to you. Like, I probably noticed it at the time and then just like followed it in the back of my head, but never actually legitimately paid attention to them. Hey, Holly. But yeah, like, I think this is legitimately the first time I have noticed haikus on like Magic cards that I have known about for like 20 plus years. That is insane. Actually, Holly, you would probably be the kind of person to do this. Forget the, Asmira deck or whatever that you want to build. Can you come up with a deck based around poetry in the flavor text? Because I legitimately only first noticed that in Silken Fist Order and Silken Fist Fighter. They both have haikus in their flavor text. I mean, I've got some vodka here. I don't know. Maybe we made it up later and figure it out. I don't know. But yeah, this is literally 25 years ago. I think back then, Rootwater Saga. Oh! It's not a card called Rootwater Saga. You're talking... Set TMP flavor Rootwater. I'm not sure. It's... I'm not sure. It's in that weird spot where I don't feel it fits being poetry, but I don't feel it fits prose. It's in that, I mean, I guess it depends on what you define of as poetry. It's not an unrealistic perspective, I don't think. But like I was saying, I don't want it being something that's just... Yeah, I don't want it being something that's just simply copied and pasted out of, out of Shakespeare or the Quran or, something like that. I want it something that's actually... because Silken Fist Order and Silken Fist Fighter have something original. Yeah. Because coming up with haikus for those two in a way that makes sense for the setting and everything else, that is a big deal. The Song of Vault we can probably allow, because the Song of Vault, I believe, is something that was created just for Magic the Gathering. But is it something that has a poetic feel to it? And I think haiku do qualify. But yeah, Silken Fist Order and Silken Fist Fighter, if you're not playing a deck that's based on something that's not mechanical about that card. If you're building a Hildebrand deck, Silken Fist Order is the kind of card that, if you're playing Hildebrand, Silken Fist Order is a card to at least be aware of that exists. Or if you're building a poetry-based deck, then Silken Fist Fighter is the kind of card that you want to keep on your radar. But in a typical deck, I don't see them, generally speaking, giving either of those two vigilance is a much cleaner and a much better method of using them. Do you have a way to abuse it? That's a different story. Giving them some kind of thing, some kind of tap ability, for example. Or was it opposition? I attack with this, then I, by the way, it has vigilance because of something else, a Crone's Memorial or what have you. Then I tap it to tap that so you can't block with it. Okay, now you choose blockers. Oh, you block with this? Okay, now I untap it. There are ways to make it work. But it's going to require more work. But, again, if you're building the deck based on something other than how it works mechanically, you may have more use for it. Defender on Vec. If you can't sacrifice it. So, Defender on Vec, if you're putting it, if you've got a deck that likes to proliferate, yeah, I mean, the order has its uses. But you can find, here's the thing though. And mana value equals 5. You have 18 different creatures that are a reasonable size, that are soldiers. You know, at 5 mana. Hell, Rashida's Scalebane you get to play with. You know, to blow up dragons. Which, incidentally, as I like to point out to people, that's a creature type. So anything that has all creature types is also a dragon. Be careful what you ask for, you just might get it. Sterling Supplier is actually pretty decent. You know, you have lots of options depending on the kind of card that you're looking for. Ingenious Leonin. Wow, I can't word today. 5 mana for 4/4. Pay 4, put a +1 counter on target, you know, on another target attacking creature you control. If it's a cat, it gains first strike till end of turn. Gust Cloaks and Hazda Vigilante and Hixus and, you know, Wan Yu, who has horsemanship. You know, so why wouldn't you want to play, you know, and when he dies, you can shuffle it back in. Like, you have lots of options at 5 mana for a decent sized creature that have abilities that you'd have an interest in. What about Core? Core's probably got more. Oh wow, no, only 3 of them. Okay, if you're building off Core, you might have to. If you want a decent sized 5 mana white Core, you are stuck with it. Because you have Core Entanglers, and Silken Fist Order, and Soulbound Guardians if you don't mind having a Defender in there as well. It does have flying, so that's a thing, so it can jump in front of other stuff easier. But this, the Guardians feels overcosted to me. This should be, like, in my opinion, this should be a 4-drop, not a 5-drop. Yeah, if you're building off of Core, that being said, if you're building off of Core, you're probably looking at more than just, like, you're probably playing more than just what? Wow. Okay. How many 5-drop Core are there? 9. You have 9 Core in total at 5 mana, generally at 3 3s. And every single one, except for the Infiltrator, is mono white. Yeah, it would be impossible, but it'd be difficult, I think, to build a decent Core deck. At least at its core. Yeah, the Fighter is also Core. Defender on Vec, I would want to put in a deck that's got enough proliferate shenanigans to make it worth playing. Because unlike other effects that prevent damage that we've covered for the most part, you have to remove a fading counter to prevent damage. That does mean it does not tap for its ability, you just remove a counter. If, in theory, you can proliferate on each person's turn. So, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4. If you can proliferate on each person's turn, you are looking at, you know, 8 damage being able to be prevented every turn. Which one's the inhibitor? I don't remember. Inhibitor. Oh. Yeah, but you can only play one in Commander at a time unless you're playing with stuff that can, you know. Mechanized production. Have fun with that. Actually, let's do it this way. Boop. Mechanize an inhibitor, and if at some point you don't need them, it's like, hey, by the way, I've got 6, I got 7, I got 8, I win. But yeah, if you can pull off a decent amount of proliferation with this, like, you can get to the point where people are dropping, like, assume you have enough. Okay, I also want doubling season with that, because doubling season increases any kind of counter. So this would come if you drop doubling season and then drop Defender on Vec. It would come into play with 8 counters. And every time you proliferated, you'd get 2 more counters instead of just 1. You would then be able to get yourself, not too difficultly, to the point where somebody can go Starve Extinction and you'd be like, alright, you blew up a land, you blew up their creatures, you blew up their creatures, you blew up your creatures. Mine all live. Hey, if you can get your board to survive Starve Extinction just from a bunch of proliferation and cards like Defender on Vec, I say go for it. Actually, hold on. Starve Extinction. Wow. Starve Extinction has a single target. The land. If you can make that land in any way, shape, or form an illegal target, you just counteracted the entire star. Making it indestructible wouldn't work? Oh yeah, that's hilarious. You would have to make it... Nope, that's not the right one. Color equal white, mana value less than 3. O exile. O land. Power greater than 0. Ruin Ghost. Oh! I need to start putting Ruin Ghost into more decks. Yeah, so you have 100 cards to play with. Oh man. Is there a way to steal... Is there a way to steal an opponent's land as an activated ability? Memnarch can do it. Turn it into an artifact and steal it. And Empress Galena can do it. If you have... What do you call it? Oh no, that wouldn't work. I was gonna say Leyline. Yeah, Leyline Singularity is non-lands. You'd have to use Memnarch for it. Or anything. I mean, to be fair, any other way to make everything into an artifact and then just go yoink off of Memnarch. Oh man. Oh yeah, I mean, to be fair, there's also other ways to do it. Giving your land hexproof. Or hexproof or shroud would work. But yeah, doing that, you can find a way to simply... You could find a way to make it work. Defender on Vec, I want to see that in combination with a bunch of proliferation stuff to the point where you and your creatures all survive, you know, something as big as Star of Extinction. Off balance, the biggest problem with off balance is that even at that time, for one more mana, you got pacifism. Why not just play pacifism instead of off balance? I do agree, and nowadays, if they were to print a card like that, at that cost, you make it a cantrip, it does have one slot where you want it. It's a card that targets a creature. I even question that. Like, and well, let me, yeah, at best. Oh, so glad me works. Yeah, it would be... No, not at me, at you. Even back then, you had, like, pacifism at white. Terror, I think, was still around for black. Plus, you had snuff out and other ways to deal with creatures in black. Edicts. I think Diabolic Edict was still relatively recent. You want to be dealing with big creatures for a card like Off Balance, because smaller ones died to Lightning Bolt. And so larger ones, you cheat and, you know, just blow up, you blow up their land to the point where they can't cast, because at that point, you had access to Stone Rain and Pillage. You blow up 8 land, they're going to have a lot of trouble getting out like 4, 5, 6 mana creatures. Green, your creatures are bigger and they probably have trample. Blue, I'm attacking with this. Okay, no blocks. Okay, combat damage, return back to your hand. Yeah. Like... This either wants, realistically, in most decks, this either wants to be pacifism or Holy Day. You know, it's got a cool idea to it. It's not like, even for stuff that existed at that time, it's just not playable, which is a shame. Oracle's Attendant. Redirecting damage from something else onto themselves. Now imagine if you could take that. Imagine if you could take that ability. I mean, you say that. Imagine if you could take that ability and put it on Phyrexian Vindicator. Just take that ability wholesale, tap and all, and just place it on Phyrexian Vindicator. Oh yeah. I don't think there's a way to do that, but that would be hilarious. Yeah. Like, Oracle's Attendant is basically there to be a creature to help keep your general alive, which is probably more important when your general in and of itself is relatively small. And doesn't have stuff to help pump it. So anything up to, like, I would say probably anything up to a 3/3 that isn't getting pumped, you might want to consider Oracle's Attendants for it. Because then people can't just go, well, I'll throw a bolt at it. Because the Attendants will just go, okay, I'll take that instead. My general is still alive, and I'm still alive because I can still take another 2. It's a little bit like the flag bearers that we'll see when we get to Invasion Block, which, depending on the format that you're playing, are really, like, a really big deal. Commander, not so much, because there's other ways to deal with stuff. But in stuff like Pauper, they're a big deal. Oracle's Attendant, are you playing white, and are you playing with a general that's not that big? Like, smaller than a 4/4. Consider looking at Oracle's Attendants as a way to keep your general alive. Even better is if you've got some way to keep the Attendants alive in the process. You know, throwing something like, is it Blessing I'm thinking of? Yeah. Even if it's something like Blessing. You know, because then being able to pump its toughness. Also, other options, give this vigilance some way or other. Again, I go back to this document where, a way to give all my creatures vigilance, Akruma's Memorial, handy mental shortcut for that. Does not mean it's the only way to do it. It means it's the first thing I think of, because it does so much. Well, lol. Ha! You got told by my bot. No, what I was thinking of was some way to give Oracle's Attendants vigilance and throw it in a Toughness Matters deck like Dora and the Siege Tower. You can go with it. Oh man. Charix? Is it Charix I'm thinking of? Yeah, that's like a 0-17. Oh man. Sharks in a Toughness Matters deck that involves blue. Yeah, I'm a 4 mana 17-17. Nope. But yeah, so there are ways to make Oracle's Attendants work. Topple. I was looking at Topple. I was actually chatting in a chat room about Topple earlier. And then I realized it took me making a comment and then one of the other people going, what? And then I reread the card and realized it didn't do what I thought it did. The problem with Topple is it exiles the creature with the greatest power. Which means you have to look at what's on the board. And let's say the biggest creature is a 7/7. Okay, I target that. If it still does not have the greatest power when Topple goes to resolve, Topple fizzles. Because, you know, if something is now an 8/8, you know, it's got like 8 power or more, Topple fizzles and the 7 power creature stays around. Because it's now no longer a legal target because it's no longer the biggest creature. And I completely misinterpreted that card for the longest time. I thought it took a look at what was at the board, and when the spell went to resolve again, oh, okay, you're the biggest one? Okay, I exile you. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. My brain failed at that card for a very long time. It is worse than I've... Like, this explains why nobody played the card, because it didn't do what I thought it did. That being said, it is typical for cards in general, like for creatures in general, especially in a game like Commander, for them to stay at the relative size they're at. You don't drop a 4/4 or 5/5 or 6/6 and throw a bunch of stuff on it. It's now the biggest creature on the board. It's, no matter what else happens, it's probably still going to be the biggest creature on the board. And if you're not building your own, you know, Mechagodzilla thing, chances are whatever creatures you have in play, that's the size they're going to be. You know, I have a 6/6 dragon. It's always going to be a 6/6 dragon. Unless it happens to have fire breathing. But it's still going to be bigger than everything else on the board. You're not throwing... you're not, as a general rule, you're not going to be throwing Giant Grows and Berserk. Well, Berserk maybe. But Giant Grows and Bloodlust and Hatred and, you know, stuff of this nature. What's it called? No. You are not alone. Nope. You're not alone. This thing is great, by the way. This thing is insane. This is going to be like in decks that are going to care about being able to play this. This is going to be huge. It's 1 mana +4/+4. This thing is going to be better than like Might of Old Krosa or similar effects in other decks. It's just going to be, and it's a single mana and it's white, which is funny. This is, they try to find a way to make to give white a giant growth effect. Yeah, and common. But yeah, again, when you're playing Commander, you're generally not playing these kind of pump effects unless you've got a very specific reason to do it. But in most decks, like if you realistically take a look at the list of decks that you've got, you know, here's mine. Most of these decks, I have Squee because that's what he's built around. I have my Take Me Down to Cantrip City because I've got some pump spells that I want to be able to make my stuff bigger. And realistically, most of the rest of these, I don't have anything like that. I just don't. Those and the Falling Leaf, I think I might have Kesa in there. And that's, you know, to prove my point. She gives all your creatures +1/+1. Which means she makes all your stuff bigger. Which means none of them is bigger than any of your other creatures. No, not in that one. I may turn around and put Sylvan Anthem in because Sylvan Anthem might actually end up being better. Because it's the same exact same ability that Kesa's already got. Kesa ends up being a 3/4. But whenever green creature I control enters, I scry one, which is kind of a big deal. You know, because keep in mind, I don't remember if you've actually seen my deck before. But I have a decent number of green creatures, most of which fly. But then I've also got stuff like Hornet Queen, which is 5 bodies from a single card. And suddenly it's like I get scry 1 5 times. But yeah, all that is to say, Topple does not work the way I thought it worked. But the biggest creature on the board, you know, even when you've got an effect like Kesa out, everything is still going to be... Oh, no, because that is... A, I don't think it flies. And B, I don't remember if it's mono green. Oh, it is mono green. The problem is the spirits that it make are colorless. So it wouldn't get the pump from either side of Sylvan Anthem. Yeah. So it honestly doesn't do anything that deck is actually legitimately looking for. Oh no! I just realized. You know what Seki Season's Guide works really well with? Is those giant cards that I mentioned earlier, like Blasphemous Act and whatever. Because you're going to be able to create more tokens. A, all of the damage gets prevented all at once. You take off whatever counters it's got left and you make all that many tokens. Yeah. Creature tokens are put on the battlefield even if there are no more +1 counters to remove. For For example, attempting to deal 9 damage to Saki causes its replacement to A. Prevent the 9. B. Remove all 8 counters, and C. Put 9 tokens on the battlefield. So yeah, Seki in a deck that's got Blasphemous Act and Starve Extinction, all that jazz, means you just sit there and generate a giant number of tokens. And if you've got some kind of effect that gives this at least an extra point of toughness, yeah. And Doubling Season, which is relatively cheap right now. Blah. Why do you do this? I hate the fact that the website has changed to being less useful now. Oh, actually. Son of a crap. Well, that's better. I wonder. Let's see if that helps at all. Cool. That actually does help a little bit. Yes. Cool. Alright, so the pretty one with the cats is almost 800 Canadian, but 47, 44 and holding. I mean, every other version apparently is out of stock, but like $44, $45. Yeah. So you can get it for under 50 Canadian, which is kind of a big deal. But yeah, Topple just isn't... Topple will only blow up the largest creature, and that's if whatever's the largest creature does not change to being something else. This is why people constantly play Swords and Plowshares and Path to Exile and similar cards to those, is because whether it's the biggest or not, A, doesn't matter, because the biggest creature isn't always the biggest threat. B, the creature that you target doesn't change, because Topple turns around and says, blow this up if it's the biggest creature, and if something else between the time you cast it and the time it goes to resolve suddenly becomes bigger, Topple fails. Netherondal, I'm a little more likely to give a pass on that. It's, first of all, it's a 1 mana 1/1, which kind of helps compensate for a lot of it. Pay 1, tap, discard card. Target creature can't attack this turn. By the way, love the flavor text on it. The wizard's vocabulary of mob profanities increased with each net she cast. Yeah, gee, I wonder why. You're dealing with goblins, of course it's going to. But I'm willing to give this more of a pass than some of these other cards for a couple of reasons. One of which is discarding a card. First of all, there's cards that you just, are clogging your hand anyway. And this is true regardless of what form of Magic you're playing, whether you're competitive, casual, commander, pauper, whatever. There's cards in your hand that you don't have a use for right now. Second of all, there are going to be cards that you're going to want to discard. Is that because you're playing a reanimation strategy? Is that because it's a card that is cheaper to cast when it's in your graveyard than when it's in play? Is it a card that has madness? So, being able to actually make use of the act of discarding it. The fact that it's a 1 mana creature and only 1 mana to activate it means that you can get it into some slots that you can't get. Like if you're building, let's say, a mono white reanimator deck, which is a deck idea I've been toying with for a few years for Modern now. If you're building a mono white reanimator deck for Commander, I suggest giving Netter Ondel at least a look at. It's cheap to cast, so you can get it into play when almost nothing else will do. It can stop something that you're going to have trouble dealing with from being able to get in with an attack. It can get a big creature into your graveyard that you want anyway. That you want in your graveyard anyway. Oh man, there's a deck that I was watching a MTG Goldfish video today with Krim, and in his last matchup, he was and this is because Krim largely plays, when he's playing on Arena, he's generally playing Standard, best of 1. And his last matchup was against by everything I can tell, an Azorius Reanimator deck. And I went, wait, what? Azorius Reanimator. Haughty Jin. Abhorrent Oculus. And what was the name of that other thing that I saw? Give me a moment. I know I made a note of it, because it was a crazy, crazy card that I never remember seeing before. Doesn't mean it's bad. It's just... Nope. That's still talking about... Where are you? I should do like a control search thing. What are you called? Grumble. Okay, this is taking too long to find. Oh, there it is. Patch Plaything, which I did not remember seeing before at all. Now, if you cast it from your hand, sure, it's a 4/3 that enters with 2 -1 counters on. Okay, fine. Which will make it a 2/1 double strike for 3 mana, which is not bad. Right? But if you reanimate it, There's Recommission, which reanimates an artifact or creature that costs 3 or less. And if a creature enters, you put a +1 counter on it. And Helping Hands, or it might be Hand, I don't remember. Grumble Grumble, must be Hand. And I think that one's also from Duskborn. Reanimate a creature mana value 3 or less tapped for 1 mana. So for 1 mana, you get back a tapped 4/3 double strike. Or for 2 mana, you get back a 5/4 with double strike. Neither of which sounds, terrible. And you have this, and you have Haughty Djinn, which is, an X4 where X is the number of Vincent, an X4 flyer, I should say, where X is the number of Vincents and or sorceries in your graveyard. And Abhorrent Oculus, which is just, you reanimate it, so you don't care about being able to cast it normally. It's a 5/5 flyer that at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, you get a 2/2 creature basically, because yeah. So you put all that together into the same deck. Yeah, Neteron Doll, sure. I'll toss one of these big creatures into my graveyard, pay like 1 or 2 mana, reanimate it. No big deal. Hell, you can, and this is something that if Neteron Doll was what was in standard right now, you'd be reanimating big stuff on turn 3 easy. And your opponent would be going, well, crap. Because, they would just know that if they saw Neteron Doll, they'd be in trouble. And, I have to kill that now. I have to kill a 1/1 because it's a threat. Why is it a threat? It's not, it's a threat. It's a way to yeah. So, yeah. I am quite okay with Neteron Doll being in certain decks because for so little mana, it just has the ability to do so much. Never mind the, hey, by the way, you can't attack with your giant dragon, or you can't attack with your general this turn, or anything like that. And P.S., protection from white is realistically, ignore the next card for a moment, realistically is very low on the list of, protection colors. Protection from black and red, if you're seeing protection, you see all those, you see those all the time. You occasionally see one of the other 3. Protection from white, especially since white is the primary color to give protection, you don't often see protection from itself unless it's on a black card that has it or a red card that has it, usually a black one. And that's only when the 2 colors have a balancing card, i.e. Black Knight and White Knight, or something like that, where both of them basically have the same thing. It's just one's protection, the black's got protection from protection from white, and the white's got protection from black. But apart from that, you don't really see protection from white. However, yeah, so Neteron Doll being white is kind of a big deal in this case. That being said, Voice of Truth. I said this when we covered Masks, I think it was. I forget exactly which set it was. I think it was Masks. But Voice of Truth, you get 4 mana, 2/2 flyer protection from white. Which is fine, and if you want to play this, like the one that gives protection from... If you're playing these ones, if you're playing the voices, as in one that gives protection from white or black or whatever, I would probably go with honestly, if you have a Chromos Memorial, Voice of Truth is probably, like, if you're running a Chromos Memorial, Voice of Truth is probably the next the best monocolored voice to run, because that gives you protection from the three biggest sources of removal. Red, black, and white are like your top three when it comes to out and out legitimate removal. You should run, and if you have a Necroma's Memorial in play, Voice of Truth turns around and says, good luck trying to get me off the board. Green can do it with, fight and bite spells nowadays, but it doesn't get that all the time. And blue is realistically looking at downs. It does get some other methods. It gets cards like Raven Form and Resculpt. But realistically, it's really hard for like a Simic deck to get rid of something like this. So, yeah. This, and your other option is there's an enchantment that also gives color protection. That being said, if you're not taking that route, make your mana slightly more difficult to cast, or slightly more difficult, and just play Voice of All. And it's in Dominaria Remastered, which means it's been reprinted really recently. As it enters, you choose a color. It's still the same size. It's still the same mana value. It's just 2 white plus 2 instead of 1 white plus 3. You got a 2/2 flyer, and it's got protection from the color that you chose when it enters the battlefield. You take a look at what's on the board and what people are playing, and go, Pikachu, I choose blue. Or whatever. If you're not playing with some other way to give other types of protection, play Voice of All first. Assuming you're interested in playing a card like this. If you are interested in, if you are going to play a Chromos Memorial or something similar, then go for Voice of Truth above, was a Voice of Reason and Voice of, I think the blue one is Voice of Reason. Yeah. Voice of Reason and Voice of... Voice of Duty. That's what it was. Voice of Grace, Voice of Law. Yep. But yeah, between... actually, let's see here. Voice of Truth 2000. Let's do it this way. Whoops. There we go. Yeah. So all 5 of them are literally the same. If you can already handle protection from black and protection from red, your next best color to go for is protection from white. Blue and green, much lower on the scale, although I would go protection from, I would say, I don't know where I would put black and red. I think I would put black first because its removal tends to be out and out removal, i.e. destroy target creature. red would probably be number 2, largely on the back of things like dragons. White would be on the back of swords like Swords of Plowshares. Green would either be to the fact that it's got just ginormous creatures or the bite spells. Blue, I am not that worried about relative to the other 4 colors. Doesn't mean it's not a problem. You know, it's never going to be a problem, because yes, it will occasionally be a problem. But their creatures generally aren't as good. Their removal in general is temporary. In fact, you can make use of that temporariness. I would, in terms of what I want specifically, protection from X on one of these guys, I would generally put blue at the bottom. But I would play Voice of All first. That being said, Noble Stand. Whenever a creature you control blocks, you gain 2 life. I think the first question is, how much blocking do you expect to realistically do? If you expect most of your creatures to be tapping because they're attacking, Noble Stand is not going to be doing that much. If you expect to throw up if you expect to throw basically a bunch of protection stuff up, if you care about big butts, then you want this in. I would say less a matter of big butts, although that is kind of down the same road. I would be looking more at, if you are expecting to put out cards like, I can't remember the white version, but Propaganda, Ghostly Prison, Windborn Muse, stuff like that to make combat difficult. If your deck is trying to make people attacking you difficult, then putting Noble Stand up will definitely help. Because they also they even more so don't want to attack if you get some kind of benefit out of the fact that you're attacking and they're attacking and you're blocking. They don't want that. So, yeah, Noble Stand. You're building some kind of Pillow Fort deck. Especially if you've got something in the background that cares. Yeah, I know, right? Especially if you've got something in the background that cares about you gaining life. Well of Lost Dreams, for example. Actually, let me pull it up here. It was in Zadadel, who, as the general, is probably going to change. I don't know. Combo bits. Yeah, Will of Lost Dreams. Whenever you gain life, you may pay X, where X is less than or equal to the amount of life you gained. If you do, draw X cards. Well, cool. So every time, every creature that you block with will gain you 2 life. Cool. I blocked with 3 creatures. I gained 6 life. So I'll pay 2 off of this one. I'll pay 1 off of this one and 1 off of this one, and I've drawn 4 cards out of that. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. No big deal. Civi's Ruse. Prevent all damage that would be dealt this turn to creatures you control. Now, hilariously, yes, it's 4 mana. But if an opponent controls a mountain and you control plains, you're playing white, you probably have a plains. Is somebody playing red? Chances are yes. Is somebody playing dragons? Is somebody playing Morophon? You know, somebody's playing John. Chances are at the table at least one person is playing red. And the effect is great because prevent all damage that would be dealt this turn to creatures you control. Again, you go, and, you know, somebody blows up a land, and if do I have more than one plains in play? Cool, I don't care then. You know, they starve extinction, and your planeswalkers may die, but you keep every single creature you've got. Doesn't matter if it's a 0/1, you know, a 0/1 throw token, or like a, you know, or a 15/15 ginormous beastie. No, I gotta keep them all. And yeah, it's fine. Yeah, don't be afraid to grab one of these, and because it's prevent all damage, keep in mind, this does not say combat damage. This is all damage. And somebody's playing with, I mean, even, well, my creatures have infect. That's nice. They have to deal damage first, but yeah. This will shut down so many things. Yeah, you lose a land, you lose your planeswalkers. You don't lose anything else. You then turn around and go, oh, that's nice. Thank you for clearing your side of the board for me. Swing, kill. And because of the ACC, there's no... How are they going to stop it? Yeah. Especially hilarious if it's this person casting something that deals a giant ton of damage to everything, and this person is somebody that's got a mountain in play. You make use of their mountain to mess around with their spell. What? Yeah. So, yes. And then relentless assault. Chieftain Ondal. When this creature attacks, attacking creatures gain first strike till end of turn. I think if you're playing, knights, you probably play this. But I think in general you're going to find cards that can just outright give first strike instead. In fact, you know, doesn't knighthood basically do the same thing? Creatures you control have first strike from the previous block. And a slightly easier cost. And affects all your creatures, including creatures that are blocking. I would take knighthood over Chieftain Ondal. Creatures that have attack triggers. Yeah. Oh yeah. Although the 7th edition one, I'll be honest, the 7th edition one is not bad art. You know, I wouldn't mind either one. I do lean a little bit toward the one that Kev Walker did. But I wouldn't complain about either one. But Chieftain Ondal, yeah. The problem is this is an attack trigger. but not the kind that makes use from being duplicated, which is the kind of attack triggers that you really want. Here's the thing, if it was target attacking creature gains first strike, target other attacking creature you control gains first strike till end of turn, or something of that nature, because there are generals that care about attack triggers, and there are other cards that care about attack triggers. This does not help. This has an attack trigger that's useful the one time, and that's it. Although Quende might have use for this, because as soon as you actually, you know what? If you're building a budget deck, you have Quende as your general, and then Chieftain on Dahl, and then suddenly they all gain double strike. So maybe if you're building a deck on a budget, maybe that's an option. But I'd still find something else. Angelic Favor, again, this is during a time frame when we had a healthy amount of alternate costs. Angelic Favor's got an alternate cost of, if you control planes, again, you're playing white, you're paying 4 mana, you probably have planes by now. You may tap an untapped creature you control rather than pay this spell's mana cost. Cool. Cast only during combat. Create a 4/4 white angel creature token with flying. Cool, I got a 4/4 flyer. Exile at the beginning of the next end step. Incidentally, if the beginning of next end step triggers go on the stack, trigger. Cool. I now have a way to, because all this stuff is on the stack. Cool. I can, and Sundial of the Infinite, I think, is the card I'm thinking of. End the turn. Activate only during your turn. Which means you skip right down to, you'll go straight to the end step, but you're already at the end step. And the first thing this does is exile all spells and abilities from the stack. They just stop. They're gone. Bye. So you do that with this next end step ability on the stack. You get to keep your token. And if you're lucky and you're able to ACC it, all it cost you was, cool, I've got a creature I can tap. Yeah, basically, at that point, I kind of saw it like a Painless Psionic Blast, or maybe Flame Javelin is a better example. And I only say Flame Javelin because Psionic Blast and Char did damage to you in the process. Flame Javelin doesn't. It just 4 damage to a target. Thunk. So maybe in that context, it's still a decent Flame Javelin that can cost you 0. No, it burns you in the eyes. Ho! Yeah, 4 damage to a target. That was actually a really good card back in the day. We'll get to that eventually. That's still a few years, so probably another couple months before we get to it. Probably 3 or 4 months. Anyway, so yeah. But this basically will jump in front of somebody. This is basically 4 damage to target attacking creature. Or cast a spell only during combat. Did you know, and some of you might not be, there is a beginning of combat step before attackers are declared. So let's say, again, let's say you've got a Chroma's Memorial in play. This time we're looking for haste. If you're playing white, you may be playing pure white. Who knows? Giving your creatures haste makes a difference sometimes. I've got Chroma's Memorial in play. Beginning of combat, I cast Angelic Favor. I now have a 4/4 that I can attack with that I didn't at the end of my pre-combat main phase. And I attack for 4, as well as whatever else. What? You can interact with it, but it's going to disappear at the end of turn. Is it worth it? So yeah, I can see Angelic Favor seeing some play based on what you need. I find it unlikely. I actually find a lot of these, probably about half of these cards I would play before Angelic Favor. Blue. Stronghold Zeppelin. For quite a while, this was fair. This was properly balanced. This was right about where things should be. The problem was Phantom Monster still existed. Up to 5th edition. Was a 4-mana 3/3 flyer. At uncommon. This came out during 6th edition. So it had just 5th edition would have rotated out. Actually no, 6th edition. 6th edition came out in the middle of Urza block. So here's the yeah. Well, of course. But they made a card that was the same size and the same mana value as Phantom Monster. Made it a little bit harder to cast and gave it a relevant, gave it an actually relevant drawback. So they took Phantom Monster and made it worse. And this is what you got to replace it. But reality says, for a long time, yeah, but I would have been happier if they were going to make it harder to cast than Phantom Monster if they'd have made it somehow bigger. Like a 3/4. Sure, but that's not relevant when you don't care about the creature type. I'm talking about what cards existed even at the same rarity around that time. Phantom Monster was an easier cost, same size creature with flying that lasted from alpha all the way up to 5th. And then they turned around and said, well, no, we gotta make a 3/3 flyer. Yeah, you could, but Air Elemental, here's the thing, for an extra mana over Air Elemental, you got a +1/+1 and no drawback. So, this should have slotted somewhere between Phantom Monster and Air Elemental. And I think if you made it, let's say, a 3/4 that can only block flyers, I would have been okay with that. Make it probably not. Due to the way they like to build blue creatures, probably not a 4/3. That's not usually how they go, although, to be honest, they've done it before. Wouldn't be the first time. But I think a 3/4 would make more sense, especially based on the flavor of the card. We're talking a Zeppelin, it's got to be relatively durable. Yes, like I said, they have had exceptions, but I think it's more likely. Let's see here. Format type 1, ID equal blue. Power equals 3. Actually, let's just. Toughness equal 4. We have 82 cards that are. Oh, and let's give it flying. $43 cards. Make sure we don't end up with anything weird. Alright. So 42 cards. Now let's swap the numbers around. 24 cards. Yeah. So you are much more likely 66 4 11s. Four 11s versus 7 11s. Is that right? Yeah. But yeah, that's almost twice as many 3/4s as there are 4/3s. I could see this more being a 3, like if they said 3/4, and I don't remember there being a problem with this back in the day. But I'm also looking at this 25 years later. Because I know when this came out, it was kind of card where it's like, oh, okay, cool. Oh, can only block creatures with flying. Okay, probably not going to be interested in it then. But honestly, 3/3 flying, and even nowadays, 3/3 flying for 4, you are getting that at common with upside. So you really need a reason to play this card. And I'm not saying there's not. You know, are you building an Arnie Smuckle deck? Let's go Descent for a moment. You've only got Swamp. You would have to play black. And you have 4, 8. You've only got 12 cards plus whatever artifacts there are. 4, 8, 12, 13. 12 and 13 is 25. Yeah, you don't have enough to make a Swackle deck. Unless you get somebody else to make lands for you. Cloudscape. 2/2 flying for 2. Back in the day, this was actually decent. The problem was it would only it's got fading 3. It would last 3 turns, so you could get in 6 damage, which is not bad for a 2-mana investment. But nowadays you get, for example, what do you call it? Not Phantom Monster. Phantom Warrior. For an extra blue, instead of flying, you now have straight up unblockable, and it doesn't have fading. But again, you can deal with fading. If you were building a blue aggro deck, honestly, if you're looking at a mono blue aggro deck, you might actually want to consider throwing this, especially if you're going for some kind of, just random 1v1 deck. You don't get haste, but what you do get is, if it's not dealt with, 6 damage starting from turn 2 for a 2-mana investment. People are going to look at this and go, well, shit. If you're looking at a 60-card kitchen table, a 60-card kitchen table thing, Cloud's Gate goes way up because suddenly that's 6 damage for 2 mana. Oh no, dude. Dude, it has flying and it's 2 power for 2 mana. I would play this and just assume it's probably going to get through 6 damage turn after turn after turn. And the sillier thing is if the next turn you play something like Thrumming Stone, and then Thrumming Bird, and then you just keep attacking and keep giving it its fading counters, and it lives forever. How much damage can you accrue between a Cloud's Gate and a Thrumming Bird? Oh, this would be great. You want to build like a blue aggro deck? You start looking at Cloud's Gate and other things that have got like evasion, high power and evasion that are cheap for their cost, or that have a cheap cost, and a drawback that you can work with. Oh, dude. If I'm building a kitchen table, mono blue burn deck, everyone starts out with 20 life. Yeah, I'm playing this every day of the week. If I'm building a mono blue aggro deck for Commander, I just might throw this in because it's going to get through 6 damage before somebody decides they're going to deal with it. At which point they'll be like, you know what, I'll just let it die. Sliptide Serpent. This does not look like much. I fully agree. This does not look like much. This goes well with something that can make your lands tap for extra mana. Because it's 6 to cast and 4 to bring it back. So you need 10 mana. But if you've got something set up so that you can... Oh no. Okay, so option 1, have creatures that can tap for mana. Let's bring you back out. You tap for mana. You tap for mana. You fetch land. You tap for mana. You combine with Pilipala to generate infinite mana. You tap for mana. You tap for mana. So you have a base kind of like that. And let's say Intruder Alarm. Or you have creatures that say, Magus of the Candelabra. And some way to make your lands tap for extra mana. Maybe you're looking at power? Yeah, Gauntlets of Power. So you tap lands for, you tap 3 lands, you get 6 mana. You use the Magus to untap 6 lands, including the 3 that you just tapped. And I'm sure you can find some way between all of that and bouncing the Sliptide Serpent to generate a crazy amount of mana. You can use this as a combo piece. It's even funnier if you've got some way to play him for free in the first place. Like Omniscience. Because then you just go, you only are ever paying the 4 mana to bring him back to your hand. You're only ever paying the 4 mana to bring him back to hand and then recast him for free and recast him for, So you can turn him into a combo piece. I'm sure that wasn't his intentional plan. I'm sure the intentional idea was that Sliptide Serpent would be a 6 mana 4/4 creature. Where did you go? A 6 mana 4/4 creature that was hard to kill because if somebody tried to blow it up, Wrath of God or what have you, some kind of wrath effect, some kind of spot removal, even pacifism, you can go, cool, pay 4 mana, send the creature back to my hand, your pacifism falls off, I recast it. You got it as far as a 2 mana 1 creature fog. But yes, Sliptide Serpent has many uses depending on how you want to play with it. And even in that context, even in the context of a creature that can avoid dying to, it's a little bit like 4 mana phase this creature out without using phasing. Still a decent creature, otherwise. I think this creature should see more play. So far, out of the first 3 creatures I've seen, the first on my list, and again, this is in order of what Skyfall says, the EDH rec says the worst creature, the best creature is. The worst one, I'm like, You're playing Ship Tribal or something like that, maybe. So far, the next 2 I find are playable. Jolting Merfolk. 4 mana creature, 2/2 Merfolk. I mean, the fact that it's a Merfolk means you're already going to have other stuff that can combo with it without looking anywhere else. You could just look at Merfolk. Fading 4 and remove a fade counter from this creature to tap target creature. Again, the fact that it taps a creature by just removing a fade counter is kind of a big deal. You can use this as simply, I pay 4 mana. Oh my god, if you got something silly like a Chroma's Memorial, and to give your team haste. And again, yes, I know I keep referring to a Chroma's Memorial. Mental shortcuts does not mean it's the only card that does the thing. It's just first card I think of. 4 mana, tap down 4 creatures, attack with a team, and get through an extra 2 damage because, haste. If you don't have a Chroma's Memorial, you don't get the extra 2 damage. But you still get to attack with everybody else. And That, I think, is pretty decent. If that is the worst that your card can do, that's almost like playing Sleep, but on a 2/2 body while you're at it. If you're considering playing a card like Sleep, and you're playing Merfolk, look at Jolting Merfolk first. Hilarious if you've got a way to like sack and reanimate this somehow. Oh man. Playing this in an aristocrat style shell, aristocrat / reanimator, and you're playing blue? Wow, can that be annoying. Pale Moon. Oh, Pale Moon. This is considered... This, and Holly will probably correct me if I'm wrong. Yep, ranked as one of the worst cards in the game. Yep. 2 mana instant. Till end of turn, if a player taps a non-basic land for mana, it produces colorless mana instead of any other type. You know how how to troll people? Have a bunch of basic islands in play. For the sake of argument, my mono blue ramp deck, you know, the one that identifies as green, as one of the guys from one of my local game stores likes to put it. I have 5 artifact lands and 32 other lands, 19 of which are basic island. I try to put somewhere in the ballpark of 20 basic land in each of my decks. Cool. The beginning of your upkeep. Okay. I cast Pale Moon. I have basically shut down anything that... Because realistically, most people... I think in a commander deck, and we're talking from what I've seen. We're not saying this is true across the board. We're talking from what I've seen. If somebody is building a really cheap, basic, you know, a really inexpensive commander deck or whatever, they're going to run 25, 30 basic lands and then put a handful of interesting non-basics in. If they've got access to everything, they're going to run maybe 6. I will readily admit, I've been guilty of that myself. But then, once I started building my giant list of decks, I've generally found that I want to put at least, a reasonable number of basics. I think Jund Reanimator might have been like my one exception, because I had another constraint that I had to worry about, which was, hey, by the way, I need at least X cards to start, I need at least 3 cards to start with each letter of the alphabet. Okay, see ya, Holly. So Pale Moon would turn around and just... A deck like my Thada Adele deck wouldn't care. Most of my stuff already taps for most of my lands. Like, over half my lands tap for, their basic island. Plus I have other ways to generate additional mana anyway. I don't really care. On the other hand, if somebody's being really greedy with their mana base and only has like 2 basics just in case they get hit with like Path to Exile and some, and Is it Abrupt Decay that I'm thinking of, or is it the other one? Yeah, they're not gonna. You cast this on their upkeep, and unless they've got something they can cast on their upkeep, they're done for the. They're skipping their turn. So Pale Moon, good for hitting people that are greedy with their mana base. You basically get to make them skip their turn. That's pretty much its only use. Accumulated Knowledge. Accumulated Knowledge is a problem. Not in the way that people would normally expect that to mean. The problem with Accumulated Knowledge is it's 2 mana to draw a card. Then draw cards equal the number of accumulated knowledge cards in all graveyards. This is Commander. Barring somebody going and playing, saying, well, let's play Relentless Commander. By the way, accumulated knowledge is my Relentless card. But then you also have to be careful about how many cards you can draw with it. Because what you're looking at is something that's going to have a mathematical progression. Let's ignore the other players at the table for the moment. What you want is to figure out how many cards you draw in total. The first accumulated knowledge would draw 1. The second draws 2. So between 2 of them, you've drawn 3. The third one draws 3, which means between 3 you've drawn 6. The fourth one draws 4, which means between those 4 you've drawn 10. So you're looking at 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, all the way up, and then there's more. So how long does it take before you have to worry about milling out? What you're looking at is n times n plus 1 divided by 2. Everything's going to be an integer. So we either start off with an odd number and then multiply by n plus 1, which means, well, the next number is going to be even. Or start off with an even number and then multiply by an odd. Regardless, one of the numbers is even, so divide by 2, it's going to be a number multiplied by another. You're going to end up with an even number because an even number is in there somewhere at the top. Even means divisible by 2, yada yada yada. You're going to end up with a whole number at the end. So, this is the same pattern they used for the XP table for Dungeons & Dragons 3rd edition and 3.5. So it's a table I'm fairly familiar with because I've played way too much D&D over the years. But you got 1,000, or sorry, you got 1. See what I mean? I started going by thousands because to get second level you needed 1,000 experience, then 3,000, 6,000, 10. We'll skip the thousands. So 1, 3, 6, 10, 15, 21, 28, 36, 45, 55. You've cast 10 of them and I've drawn 55 cards. 66, 78. You've cast 12 and have drawn 78 cards. Add on the 12 that you've drawn for your turns. Puts you at 90. You cannot cast your 13 or you'll lose by milling yourself. So you can only at most have 12 accumulated knowledges to play with. Now, if somebody, and that could be you or that could be somebody else, ends up doing some graveyarding shenanigans, then yes, you can get more. But with 12, including your draw steps, you're looking at 90 cards drawn. So keep that in mind if you decide you want to play with accumulated knowledge. It's either going to be pretty much useless, and at best, you'll spend 8 mana and draw 10 cards, which, to be fair, is not terrible. But that's also assuming everybody has an accumulated knowledge in their graveyard by the time you're casting them. Sorry, no. Let's say you go last on the cycle, and let's say everybody casts one before you do. You will draw 4, 8, 12, and 16. So 20 and 20 is 40. You would draw 40 cards for 8 mana. You know what the problem is? If you're playing accumulated knowledge, you're probably also the only one playing it. So why would you play accumulated knowledge when you can play something else, anything else? Oh, but I need to draw a card on somebody else's turn. Okay. Mana value less than 2. Mana value... Actually, let's just do this easy. Mana value equal 1. Type instant O draw. Oh, sorry. Color equal blue, ID equal blue. 32 cards. There are 32 cards that involve the word draw that cost 1. Some of them you don't even have to do. You know, illusion of choice. You don't have to play even have to play with voting. You can just simply have this be 1 blue, draw a card. One, two, stuff that's not actually 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 cards. Alright. So out of this, there's 28 that you can play. How about take out the ones that involve targeting? We're down to 13. 1, 2. 2 cards don't count. So you have 11 cards that are 1 mana instants that can draw you a card. And all have something else to go along with it. Visions of Beyond, Whispers of the Muse, Brainstorm, you know, Mental Note, and I forgot what the other one's called. That can, you know, that can get the top couple of cards off the top of your deck, etc. You don't need accumulated knowledge. If you're just looking at drawing somebody else's turn, you don't need accumulated knowledge. You need accumulated knowledge for when you need accumulated knowledge. And that's it. Which sounds redundant, but it's realistically it's true. Do not play it without having a good solid reason for playing it. If it's just to draw cards, you're only going to draw one. If you're lucky, you're going to draw two. There's other cards that can do the same for better and more consistently. Air Bladder. Air Bladder's hilarious. Enchanted creature has flying, but can only block flying creatures. So what happens if you throw this on a opponent's creature and you largely have ground beaters? Let's say you're playing with giant ocean beasts. Your sea serpents and your octopuses and your krakens and your, you know, leviathans and all the other big ocean water beasties. Play Air Bladder. Throw it on something that's already got flying. Just for laughs. They can now only block flying creatures, which means that it cannot block any of your stuff. Okiora! Bam! Throw it on the biggest threat that they've got, like some dragon or whatever, and just, yeah, by the way, you can't block any of my stuff now. What? Yeah, you can't block any of my stuff now. What? Yeah. Sneaky Homunculus. 2 mana for a 1/1. Cannot end up in combat with something that's bigger than it. It's a 1/1. I can't block anything big, but big stuff can't block me either. So what you want to do is you want to throw a bunch of like auras on it or whatever. And it's like, cool, nice 7/7 you got. You're too big, you can't block me. What? Yeah, you're too big, you can't block me. The only thing that can block it, then find a way to give it trample. And then even if they do find like a 1/1 chump blocker, okay, you'll chump. I'm an 8/8. I'll run over you and you still take 7. Yeah, Sneaky Homunculus is one of those cards that you build your deck knowing that it's in there. I actually might want to throw that into my Simic, whatchamacallit, you can't block this deck. Rootwater Commando, you're playing Merfolk, you might play this, but you might not, depending on how many ways of giving Island Walk that you've got. Also, keep in mind if you are playing a card, and like if you're considering playing this card, keep in mind Harbinger of the Seas is a thing, which I believe is also, yeah, it's also a Merfolk. Basically the same cost, and non-basic lands are out. Okay, so suddenly this is now an unblockable Merfolk, and they're basically both 3 mana 2/2s. What? Yeah, that's a problem. Also, I'm so glad that they're cheap now. But yeah. Root Water Commando. Have fun. Wee. Araxid. 2/3 Pro Red for 4. Again, blue was not known for having protection from anything. $20 cards. Just be on the safe side. I don't remember. Okay. So, protection from a creature type. So, protection from red. Lose protection from black. Protection from red. Protection from green. Protection from green. Protection from creatures is hilarious. Crypsis is one of those cards that needs to see more play than it does. You and Planeswalkers you control gain protection from that player. Oh my dog. Yeah, that's not dumb. As long as your opponents control any creatures with X, this gets the same thing. Protection from lands. I was considering throwing this into a mono blue ramp, or not mono blue ramp, mono blue aggro deck for modern. Because this just having protection from lands, like you block, whatchamacallit, Inkmoth Nexus, you block the man lands, you block those all day long and just not care. Protection from red seems to be the most common. Am I reading that right? So 20 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of them have got protection from red. I should do that one of these days. Green gets 1, 2, 3. And those are the 2 that oppose it. And that leaves 10 that gives something weird. So, Bamboozling Beeble, protection from robots. Cephalid Snitch steals Pro Black. Crypsis, protection from creatures. Eon Chronicler, protection from a player. Escape Shapeshifter steals protection from your opponents. Horizon Drake's protection from lands. Joda's Adventure gains protection from red. Reptile Biologist, protection from beasts. Shoreline Raider, protection from Kavu. And True Name Nemesis, protection from the chosen player. But yeah. Again, if I'm building something weird, the problem with Araxid is because it's protection from red, again, we go back to this problem with Akroma's Memorial, in that it gives protection from something that Akroma's Memorial, that you can get protection from easily enough. However, Chroma's Memorial, even if that part's redundant, it gives us so many other abilities, it's funny. But this is only a 2/3 with Pro Red. I don't think this does enough. I honestly think it just doesn't do enough. I think if you're looking for protection from red, you want mana bag. Yeah, see, Araxid, you had 2/3 protection from red for 4. For a slightly harder cost and a bump in rarity, let's be honest. But that's not really relevant here. You had a 2/3 flyer with Pro Red. Or at the same rarity from the block before, you for 1 less mana you got a 2/1 Pro Red. And hell, even Homelands gave you a 2/2 First Strike Pro Red for 4 mana. You lose a point of toughness, but you gain First Strike, which is a much bigger deal than the Pro Red part is. It's not, it's not nothing, but it's... I would take First Strike over the 3rd point of toughness. You're looking at protection from red. That's burn spells. You would need... you'd have to be playing... For that 3rd point of toughness to matter, you would be, realistically, your toughness-based removal would have to be damage. Not damage-based, but would have to be black instead of red. You play Araxid, I think if you're playing Crab Tribal or something weird like that. If you're looking at options for Pro Red in blue, find something else. Stronghold Biologist. If you're playing this, you're also playing Stronghold Machinist in the same deck. 3 mana for 1/1. Pay double blue, tap, discard a card, counter target, spell, Biologist, creature spell, machinist, non-creature spell. If you're playing one, you're playing both. The Biologist is always going to have a useful use because it can counter people casting their commander. He twists the laws of nature until they scream. And the Machinist, she stretches the laws of physics until they snap. And I think they're both sitting at the same table together. Oh, that's adorable. Oh, I love that. But yes, if you're playing one, you're playing the other. The Biologist should get the nod over the Machinist because it can completely screw over people playing their commander. And in some decks that is extremely relevant. Trickster Mage. 1 blue for 1/1. Blue, tap, discard a card. You may tap or untap target artifact, creature, or land. If it ain't broke, I'll break it. If it is broke, I'll fix it. That's hilarious. Now, funny thing is about this, it can untap itself. Do you have a way to... Damn it. Oh. No? Go away. Whenever you discard a card, Bone Miser, maybe. No. Maybe. Oh, maybe. Whenever you discard a card. Whenever you discard a card. Whenever you discard a card. Nah, okay. So the only thing I'm seeing is Bone Miser. Because Bone Miser, whenever you discard a non-land, non-creature card, you draw a card. Okay? Whenever you discard a non-creature, non-land card, you draw a card. So, discarding sufficient stuff will keep untapping the Trickster Mage. Which means all you need to worry about is the blue mana. Which would kind of turn it into just spend blue mana. Like, it would turn it into a mana sink. But then you get cards that care about stuff becoming tapped or untapped. So, yes, it doesn't sound like a lot. Whenever a quick creature. Whenever it becomes untapped, remove a bait counter. There's probably a way to do it. Yeah, somebody else can figure it out. That being said, again, we also got the comments that we made earlier about whatchamacallit, that was like a 1 mana 1/1. A 1 mana 1/1 with a single mana to tap and discard as an activation. Again, if you're playing a blue-white Reanimator deck, you know, Trickster Mage now gives you another card that you can toss into the mix. 1, 2, 3. Alright. Let's take a look at black now, shall we? Boop, black. Boop, black. Battlefield Percher. 5 mana for a 2/2 flyer that can only block flying creatures. And a slow shade ability, as in it costs 2 mana to activate it instead of 1. Not hugely fond of it. Realistically, I think you're probably at that point paying black +2 for the fact that it's a 2/2 flyer that can block flyers. Actually, the next card right beside it bears that, bears that equally, which means you're playing black +1 to give it a shade ability. but I feel like it would cost an extra mana. So either black +2 or double black for it to get a full shade. Feels slightly overcosted. Also considering the fact that it's an uncommon. And notice the fact that a lot of cards in this set, if it a lot of cards in this set, if they've got flying, and if, it looks like if they're on the smaller side, they can only block flying creatures. I feel like the Percher is slightly overcosted by like maybe half a mana or something. I think if it was 1 black +4, I would be a lot more comfortable with that. Is a black bird. Maybe that's how you build it. It's mono black birds. You know, do something I've done multiple times. Take a weird deck idea, or sorry, take a known deck idea and throw it in a weird place, and go with that. In fact, oh what? $29 birds. All right. 29 birds. You're playing mono black, which means you can play with all your... Oh, that's dumb. Wow. Because Maha, it's Feathers Knight. You can use that as your general. Death's Head Buzzard. Play something to give your creatures +1/+1. Like, you're playing mono black. So, play Badman or whatever. Oh my god, you get 10 more by adding colorless to it. Yeah. I say do it. Mono black birds, dude. You're not great, but you're 2/1 flyer. Okay, yep. Yeah, build it. Mono black birds, dude. Battlefield Percher has a home. It's not a great home, but it's a home. Delby's Perchers going in the same deck. The funny thing is, at this point, like, Hypnotic Spectre was still a known card. Checklist. You had 4th edition. You skipped until 9th. But prior to 9th edition, Prior to 9th edition, you were an uncommon. But you were 2 black plus 1 for a 2/2 flyer with a combat ability. This should just be a straight up 2/2 flyer, if you ask me. Phyrexian Prowler. This is one of those times where it's like, this is a card that you want to give haste. You basically want to push in that turn for 6 damage and then not care after that. You want this thing to have haste somehow. And swing for 6. The funny thing is, this has gained 2 creature types since it was originally printed. It was originally just a mercenary. I'm pretty sure it eventually gained zombie. And I think it gained Phyrexian when we hit, like, Phyrexia All B1 or somewhere around that time frame when they decided Phyrexian was actually going to be a creature type. I might play this in a zombie deck because just as a 4 mana for a 6/6 blocker for a turn or something of that nature. Plus you're playing zombies. You can keep bringing it back. I think this is actually a decent card, all things considered. Spiteful Bully. Give your guys pro black and just don't care. Give your creatures pro black. Again, most common way to do that I can think of is Chroma's Memorial. However, if you're also playing white, I believe it's called Righteous War. Whoops. Yes, I meant Righteous War. White creatures you control have protection from black. Black creatures you control have protection from white. No, not that one. Enchantment or type artifact, and then ID black. What? Oh. Because I did it again. Oh, okay. Alright. So yeah, you'd also have to find a way to change its color. Or just simply make your creatures big enough via Bad Moon and similar effects. You have enough Bad Moon style effects. Bad Moon, Gauntlet of Power, anything that can give creatures anything that can give creatures you control a big enough toughness boost, you're fine. Spineless Thug used to be fair back in the day, has been kicked to the curb way too many times these days, because as soon as we hit Walking Corpse back in the original Innistrad block at common, it was a 2/2 common with a relevant creature type for 2 mana. As soon as we saw that, Spineless Thug was not worth playing anymore. Maybe because it's a mercenary. What about, okay, there's 36 of them. Sort by mana value. Here's the problem. Cateran Persuader, 2 mana for 2/1. So 1 less toughness. Pay 1, tap it, tutor up a mercenary. Is already a better card. Like, Misshapen Shield feels overcosted. Silent Assassin. Yeah. Spiteful Bully, honestly, I would play over that. You know what? Let's do this just to humor me. There. Or like, for an extra black mana, you get Bog Smugglers, which somebody's probably going to be dropping their board, which suddenly makes them unblockable. You know, like there's so many ways to turn around and just go, hey, by the way, no. 3 mana for 4/4 human mercenary knight. When it enters sack unless you discard a creature card. Okay, that's easy enough. You know. What about colorless ones? Oh, cool. Yeah. So it's buildable, and you have better options over Spineless Thug, including Spiteful Bully. I would play over Spineless Thug. Phyrexian Driver comes in play. All other mercs get +1/+1 till end of turn. You know. Cool. I have an attack. Unfortunately, it's other. I wish it didn't say... Oh, wait. All other mercenaries. Not mercenaries you control. Again, it is a creature type. That is going to affect creatures. You know, that's going to affect yours as well, or your opponents as well, if they've got creatures with changeling or what have you. Carrion Wall. 3 mana for a 3/2 wall with 2 that regenerates for 2 mana. It's not bad. You know, you compare this to Dredge Skeletons, you're paying an extra black. Well, again, let's pull up Dredge Skeletons. Let's pull a Dredge Skeleton. 1 black, 1 other. For a 1/1, black to regenerate. I assume... So, now we're looking at 3 mana for a 3/2. So, it gets... For an extra black, it's +2/+1. But has Defender... So that's... And regenerates at half the speed. So in game +2/+1, if it wasn't a wall, it would be +1/+1 for an extra black. That feels a little on the weak side. Compared to Dredge Skeletons. But it is a 3/2. Like, that's not nothing. That is a thing to keep in mind. You know, being able to cast this on turn 1 off of Dark Ritual, because Dark Ritual in Mask Block, it was reprinted in Mask Block. It took a long time. Actually, let's go for the checklist. Okay, Alpha, Beta, Revised, 4th edition, 5th edition. It got printed. It got printed as Ice Age, Mirage, Tempest, Urza Saga, Mercadian Masks. And then, not again, like in a normal set. This is, what are you? Oh, Battle Royale. Okay. And then, not again in a normal setting until you hit the Cold Snap theme decks, I think it was. It would take a very long time until it got reprinted in a normal kind of set. Got printed as a Masterpiece. Got printed in Masters 25, Strixhaven, Mystical Archive. Like, we are not seeing it getting reprint in we are not getting it reprinted in a normal set. Partly due to the fact that this kind of effect has also been swapped over to red. But at that point, you could cast it on turn 1. On turn 2, you could start being able to regenerate it. Okay, maybe I'm a couple turns behind, but like, if you have a second ritual on turn 2, you could cast something else on turn 2 that's like, say, 4 mana. Which would give you enough of a buffer that on turn 3 you can hold up regeneration and start casting your other smaller stuff like Duress and hold up regeneration and keep going from there. What about Commander? If I'm building a deck with walls, I'm actually pretty happy to play this, surprisingly. Because, like, even though it doesn't work too well with stuff like Doran the Siege Tower, because it's got a higher power than toughness, I don't have to play a deck like Doran the Siege Tower to make this the kind of card that I want to play, because it is a 3-power creature that regenerates at 3 mana. Can I find better? Probably. Am I in green? I am finding better. But am I playing black and not green and have access to regeneration? A black deck that wants a wall, that's not doing that doesn't care about its toughness being higher or not, and wants a regenerating creature. That is a bit to hold up to, but that is an option. There are ways to make it work. Vicious Hunger would not play. Not in a format like Commander, I wouldn't. If I'm looking at an effect like this, first of all, I'm probably playing Shock, and if I'm playing Shock, I'm playing Lightning Bolt first. So why would I play this? Well, first option, I'm not playing red. Second option, the life gain is somehow relevant. It is a sorcery. For this to be playable to me, this effect needs to be instant speed. Because I need to be able to... No. Okay. If I'm attacking with creatures, I can use this to finish killing off something. At which point the life total, the life drain. But the thing is, if I'm doing that, like I'm paying 2 mana, why am I not just casting cards like Cut Down? You know, or Ultimate Price, or similar effects, or cards that have got an alternate cost like Snuff Out. You know, the ability to kill a creature at 2 mana is really easy. Even at 1 mana you can do it if you're willing to throw some kind of additional something to it. It would take some effort for me to, and I'm not saying it's impossible. Oh, he's only done 9 cards. That's sad. And all during the same time frame. They should bring him back for something. Because this was basically Masks to Odyssey. I would need a specific reason to play this card. And it's not even like some of these other cards where you build your deck knowing it's in there. I'd have to have a specific reason for playing it. And I can't think of one right now. Other formats? I think I was considering it in my Pauper Burn deck. I think I eventually cut it from my list of options because I found something better. But I think I considered it. Damn it. Here comes another one. Ugh. Grumble, grumble. Parallax Nexus. Remove a counter. Oh, this thing. This is one of them cards. Okay. So this is the... This one you cannot activate in response to itself. Other cards that had a similar effect in other colors, you could. And what I mean by similar effect in other colors, it's remove a fade counter from this to do a thing. You know, to exile something. And then when this leaves play, the controller gets those back. You cannot do that kind of trick here because they strongly believe that discard in general, you know, making somebody lose cards from their hand, pretty much, you know, you're black. Oh, you have to do this as a sorcery. Because doing it in blue or red, it wasn't just you're losing cards. It was you're losing cards, but you're getting something for it. Oh, you discard your hand, but you draw 7 cards. Or you discard your hand, but everybody draws, equal to whoever pitched the most, or something like that. And white didn't really make people discard cards. And neither did green, for that matter. In fact, white and green were going to be like, oh, you discard stuff? Cool. Get this to compensate. Gain 2 life and draw a card. Or green would have stuff that could do something while it was in the graveyard. Or something we could, or oh, look, you discarded a card. Guess what? I'm going to eat that and get bigger now. Oh, crap. But Parallax Nexus, yeah, anything else that was like Parallax Tide or Parallax, oh, what's the other Parallax? Parallax Wave. Could exile a thing that was in play and then exile itself, and you could end up just with some weird loop issues. And Parallax Nexus could not do that. The best you could do is maybe have this become a creature via opalescence or whatever. Have somebody exile card from hand. With that on the stack, sacrifice it, so they try to return a card that hasn't been exiled yet, then they exile a card. Too much effort to make it work. But this is one of those parallaxes that you really want to keep around, because you want to be able to keep stealing, your opponent's cards. And the fun thing is, the cards in your hand, your opponents can't see. A card that's exiled, unless the effect specifically says it's exiled face down, it's exiled face up. So suddenly you've got information about what's in your hand. And if your opponent is discarding, and I don't mean exile, I don't mean the Parallax Nexus, I mean discarding 2 other effects like Liliana the Veil, let's say. Based on what they've discarded, you can create some kind of informed, some kind of sensible, reasonable opinion about what's still in their hand. Because you'll generally discard cards that you don't want, or that have a use for you in the graveyard. Like, if I play an effect that says target player discards a card, and they discard a large creature, I can look at this, cool, you've discarded a large creature. Okay, how much mana do you have in play? If it's an 8 mana creature and they're at 6, like 6 lands or 6 doors, they can generate 6 mana. I'm probably saying to myself, they've either got some kind of reanimation spelling and are casting it next turn, or they expect to actually cast this, but they've been stuck on lands so much lately. Like, have they not dropped lands for the last 3 turns? Then it's probably going to be 4 or 5 more turns before they can get the mana to be able to cast this. So that's why they're discarding it. If they haven't been acting like they've been stuck on mana, then they're probably wanting to reanimate and are thankful that I made them discard it. Is it a land? If it's a land, they probably have enough mana in play and want to be able to cast spells, and so, well, they're holding on to their spells. You know, stuff of this nature commonly informs what's being, you know, what people are discarding and why. Parallax Nexus exiles the cards face up because it doesn't say face down. And it exiles them. They're not being discarded, they're being exiled. So what cards are they exiling? Well, not only can you make some kind of opinion based on what's being discarded, or in this case, what's being exiled, the other thing you get to make an informed opinion about is the kind of cards they're discarding in terms of, like, what kind of deck they're playing. If it's turn 8 and they're discarding Land of War Realms, they had, you know, they had that in there because they wanted to ramp, because they want to accelerate into something bigger, but it's not doing anything for them now, and the rest of their hand's more important. If it was, you know, Elvish Champion, they're probably playing Elves. That's a fairly important deck card to their deck. They're going to have some really good stuff in their hand. All this is to say, making cards that make people, you know, lose cards from their hand, it's not just a matter of, you know, making them discard cards. It's also a matter of figuring out why they're losing the cards they're losing. I will point out this will trigger some things. There are cards that care about somebody having only a handful of cards, you know, less cards in their hand. You know, you've got your rack effects, but you've also got things like, oh, what's his name? It's, Hazard Godseeker. Oh, no, not Hazard. No, who is it? Was it Ecclesarts? Activate only if a player has one or few cards at hand. Okay, so Ecclesarts can flip back then. Draw a card for each opponent who has one or fewer cards in hand. So if you're able to keep an opponent low, Ecclesarts and Bandit's Tail will both make use of it. What about two or fewer? When it enters the battlefield, target opponent, yada yada, if that player has two or fewer cards in hand. And what did you cost initially? 4? Okay, that's not completely unreasonable. Yeah, so there are ways to make. But the problem is again, though, that Parallax Nexus, we're looking at making your opponent lose cards, which is not a thing most people are fond of. Oh, Parallax Dementia. The fun thing, what I see about Parallax Dementia is two things. One, it's a big pump spell for cheap. Two, when this aura leaves the battlefield, destroy an enchanted creature, that creature can't be regenerated. What happens if you make a creature indestructible? You know, again, back to Eldrazi Monument. I was about to say Azuri's Depredation. I'm like, no, that's very much the wrong card. Well, I did it again. Eldrazi Displacer makes your creatures indestructible. So, the easiest way to deal with this is just go, okay, you cast Parallax Dementia on your creature. Fine, I'll disenchant the Dementia. The creature goes along with it. You turn around and go tap, tap, tap. Nope, I can't because he's indestructible, so I can't. Oh. But if you're playing cards like Parallax Dementia, make sure you pack some way of giving your stuff indestructible. You know, 1 or 2 cards give you guys indestructible. Just to make sure your creatures stick around. But that being said, it's a reasonable pump spell. Well, the other thing is, are you also playing a card? You know, are you also playing cards that only care about living that turn? You know, Ball Lightning, let's say. You know, another common shortcut card. You know, something that dies at the end of turn. Cool. So for 3 mana, I drop Ball Lightning, which is a 6/1. For 2 more mana, I'll give it +3/+2. So it's now a 9/3 Trample Haste. Although, to be fair, if you're playing with a 9/3, you should probably just play Yargle. And then have some other way. And then has some way of giving it trample and haste. Actually, remove anything that's got a gold color identity. There, and then sort by color. Footfall Crater would do it. Footfall Crater would be the fastest way to do it, I think. Oh! That's cute. If you can turn Golem Artist, if you can turn it into an artifact creature, Golem Artisan will just turn on and go, pay 2, do it. Sorok and Goreclaw. Traitor's Blood is silly, because of all the threaten effects, that's really good. But yeah, Footfall Crater would be the easiest way to do it. That'd be like, cool, Yargle, tap an additional land, 9/3 Trample Haste. That dies at the end of turn, or will die next turn. Meh. But yeah. Again, Parallax Dementia, one of those cards that you have to build your deck realizing it's in your deck. Wrathy Fiend? Okay, so the thing about the thing about Rebels, and I never mentioned this earlier. The thing about Rebels is they always grab something that's like bigger than what they are. Let me just fast forward back to white for a moment. Because we hardly touched on them. Because they were... So, this is 2 mana, 4 tap, search for a rebel that costs 3. This is 3 mana, 5 taps, search for a 4. More common, let's be honest, in masks. But you had some. Mercenaries, on the other hand, will go down. This is a 4-drop. That 3 taps, search for a 3. This is a 3-drop. 2 taps, search for a 2. This is a 4-drop. 3 taps, search for a 3, etc., etc. So you're always looking for something. You're always looking. Mercenaries are always looking for a minion. That being said, when this creature enters, each player loses 3 life. It's a 4-mana 2/2, which sounds eh, but you're only paying 1 mana, realistically speaking. Compare Scathe Zombies, which was still the standard at that point for black creatures, and was like 1 black, 2 other for 2/2. When this enters, each player loses 3 life, plus a mercenary fetching ability for an extra mana. Seems pretty good. And I mean, you can play with mercenaries. In fact, I'm gonna hate myself for this. Deadpool trading card. Mutant Mercenary Hero. So if you want to play mercenaries, Deadpool as a general is not unreasonable. Start fetching up mercenaries, etc., etc. Deadpool's got an ability that makes the person who controls this text box, like the person who controls the creature that has gained this text box, they lose 3 life. This, when it enters, each player, yourself included, loses 3 life. But playing with cards like this and flicker effects would give me a reason to want to play Vicious Hunger. Because I want that extra life gain to compensate from life being lost from cards like Wrathy Fiend. That gives me a reason. And Wrathy Fiend, I would not have any problem with a deck where I just based around blinking it and then, something else that occasionally, I gain life off of X. Maybe creatures you control have life. Any black cards that can... Yes. Whip of Erebos. Whip of Erebos will give all my creatures lifelink in a mono black deck. Cool. I'll do that. Mono black life gain, here I come. At which point, so I've got that, and then there's Murderous Betrayal. Triple black, really good if you care about Devotion or Chroma or a similar effect. Largely Devotion. Pay 2 black and half your life rounded up. Destroy target non-black creature. It can't be regenerated. Makes sense because black, a lot of what black dealt with were, well, not just, assassins, which is what's being shown here, but also undead. And it's hard to kill something that's already dead. Again, you're hitting cards that are actually worth playing here. Which is part of the reason why I only hit about 12 cards, and then I'm starting to get to stuff that people already are occasionally playing. Red cards. Flowstone Crusher. 5 mana for a 4/4 with an activated Flowstone. Son of a biscuit. The problem with the comparison here is that for a single extra mana, you get Shivan Dragon, which, to be fair, these days is not considered a great card. But for an extra mana, you get an extra point of power, an extra point of toughness, flying, and no minus to its toughness when you pump it. I.e., it gets +1/+0 instead of +1 -1. Now, to be fair, we're comparing a rare that was fair back in the day to a common. But still, for 1 mana and a 2-tier jump in rarity, that is a huge deal. If we were to scale Shivan Dragon down to a 6 mana common back then. Well, here's the other comparison. Dragon Whelp, I think, was common at that point. Let me just double check real quick. Wow. Holy hand grenade of Antioch. I cannot type lately. Dragon Whelp. View all prints from checklist. When were you? 4th edition, and then not till Time Spiral block. It was an uncommon. It didn't get another normal reprint. What are you? Oh, from the Vault Dragons. It did not get a normal print again until M10. It's been considered an uncommon pretty much through the entire game. Alright. So 2/3 with fire breathing. You're looking at that you can only activate a handful of times. So bring it down to common, you're probably looking at a 2/2. Also with limited fire breathing for 4 mana. So for 5 mana, I feel like 5 mana you could get a 3/3 flyer with fire breathing at that point. Like, for the same cost as Flowstone Crusher, you could get 3/3 flying, fire breathing. This is a 4/4. So would have to lose flying. I think you could have got a 4/4. I think you could have got a 4/4 fire breathing for 5. At common at that point. But realistically, fire breathing was less common at that point, and Flowstone was more common. And I think they wanted to give the impression that that Red was willing to Red was willing to hurt itself to get extra damage in. Sort of a kind of like a berserk anger sort of thing going on. It would think less about anything else and more just, I want to deal more damage. It wasn't doing it because it was selfish, because that's more that's a bit more towards how black does it. It just cared about dealing damage. And so it's willing to throw caution to the wind. So I think that was more the flavorful reason why I was getting this kind of ability a bit more. And to be honest, you know, by the time you're attacking with this, you're at 5. So I can probably spend, well, I can pretty likely spend at least 3 mana to pump it. Now I can swing for 8 off of something that I cast for 5. And not unreasonably, if I've got anything in play to pump my team, I can pump 4 into it and be swing for... Sorry, I can pump 3 into it and swing for 7. I can pump 4 into it and swing for 8. Not an unreasonable creature if you're playing with, you know, if you're playing with, like if you're doing one of the things that I do and building a commons only deck, Flowstone Crusher is actually pretty decent. You know what? Let me see what it competes with. Color equal red, mana value equal 5, power greater than 0. Order, and then direction descending. Okay, 7/3, 6/1, 6/5. A 6/5 that has to attack each combat fable is not bad. 6/3, still actually fairly decent. 5/4, 5/3, 5/4. Gastrovirus is actually really good. 5/4. Lightning Shrieker would be up on the list. So +1 on target creature control. That's not bad. Mounted Dread Knight, you want a card like that because it basically, if you hit somebody first for any amount of damage, or even if they took damage from something else, they cracked a fetch land, let's say, cool, you lost life. Now I play this, now it's a 6/5. Wow. Yeah. 5/4 is not unreasonable. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait. But this has... What about... There. Flowstone Crusher. Right, the Vildan Pack Outcast, which... When I was coming up with my mono red common stack, I saw Vilden pack out cast, and it's like, that thing is going to end up being huge. Yeah, you don't want any small fries. Tuk Tuk Grunts would require building around. Storm Shriek Feral nowadays would probably be fine. But yeah. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I think I see 8 creatures I would play before Flowstone Crusher. It doesn't mean it's necessarily bad. It's just a matter of where I would rank it. But again, it also depends on the kind of deck I'm building, because the 4/4 is still quite a lot. Flowstone Strike, on the other hand, keep an eye on this card. It doesn't look like much. Giving haste is cute. You know, it is always good. Giving +1 power is nice. That giving -1 toughness is going to be worth more than you think. In fact, this may be a card. You know what? I'm going to make a note of you. Why do I want to make a note of Flowstone Strike? That loss of 1 point of toughness. It's not damage. It doesn't destroy. Which means it can deal with stuff that's indestructible. It can deal with stuff that's indestructible. It can deal with stuff that's yeah, like that's the big thing. And when you're looking at cards, like when you see somebody playing cards like Stuffy Doll, for example, which is not a unheard of card for a commander deck to be running, or Brash Taunter. Stuffy Doll. The thing about both these cards is they both have 1 toughness and they're both indestructible. And whenever they're dealt damage, they redirect that damage elsewhere. And they have a way to make sure they can deal damage somehow. Stuffy Doll pings to deal damage to itself, at which point it redirects that damage elsewhere. Brash Taunter fights a creature, and then that damage gets redirected the damage it would take gets redirected elsewhere. Well, it's not redirected, it still takes the damage, it's just the same amount is dealt elsewhere. But these are both, you know, small creatures, 0/1 or 1/1s, that are indestructible, that can ship damage elsewhere. Flowstone Strike it's a common red card that can get rid of those two things unless the opponent's got some way to bypass it. And it's a 2-mana instant. Your opponent is not going to be ready for red to go, hey, by the way, Zot, what? Zot. Keep that card in your back pocket somewhere. You might end up needing it somewhere along that line. Lackalith Grunt, 3 mana 2/2. Whenever this becomes blocked, you may have it deal damage equal to its power to target creature. If you, oh, so instead of it dealing its combat damage to something that's blocking it, it can deal it to any other creature, including one that's not even in combat. Oh, that's adorable. If this exists elsewhere on a larger creature at a reasonable cost, let's say 5 mana on a 4/4, you should be paying attention to the ability of playing it. Lackalith Grunt, if you're playing with smaller cards, go ahead. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Okay. Flowstone Overseer. This is a card red wants. If you are not caring about rarity, this is a card you want in your deck somewhere. Sorry, you're playing mono or heavily red, you want this in your deck somewhere. Because this flowstones anything. And keep in mind, flowstone is going to be like how fire breathing is shortcut for giving something +1/+0 to land a turn. Flowstone is +1/-1. But most creatures only have, the flowstone ability for themselves. This can, it costs a little extra, but can target any creature. And if you are not caring about rarity, you want to remember this card. Because this can kill, not only can it make a giant pump to any creature, I can pump this creature for 3, 4, 5. No. I can also shrink it by 3, 4, 5 as long as I've got enough mana. Oh, what? Is it 3 Tree City I'm thinking of? Add an amount of mana of that color equal to the number of creatures. Yeah, 3 Tree City. If you run 3 Tree City and you run Nixos, if you're playing 3 Tree City, you ideally want to name beasts. Although, if your deck is at all tribal, you want to name the tribes in question. But you get to produce any color. So you could have like knights and then generate like 12 green mana. Or 12 blue mana. Because 3 Tree City doesn't care about the color meshing with the creature type at all. It just says, oh, you want what? Okay, here you go. Flowstone Overseer. If you've got a tribal deck or some way of generating a lot of creatures of a given type, let's say Pester Might, let's play you're doing the Splinter Twin thing, and so let's pull up Pester Might, because Pester Might need to know. Fairy Rogue. Cool. Alright, I name Rogue. This in combination with Splinter Twin, Kiki Jiki, whatever, I've generated like 3,500 creatures. Cool. I name Rogue. I've got 3,500 mana. So I can now activate this 17,500 times. So I'll shrink that, no shrink that, no shrink that. What do you mean? Yeah, I'm basically killing off the entire board except for my stuff. What? Yeah, I'm killing off the board except for my stuff. Not apologizing. Yeah, Flowstone Overseer. Man, I love Notepad++. So nice. Flowstone Overseer. Mog Toady. So 2 mana for a 2/2 cannot attack or block unless you've got more creatures than the opponent. I mean, Bloog. Made plains, made swamp, made plains and swamp. Oh, and a forest. Sort by cooler. Just make sure I didn't miss any of them. I probably did. Made 2 green cards. 6 black cards. And 4 white cards. Yeah, you're not building Plug deck. Sorry. Yeah. Again, we're finally at the point where, actually, you know what? Let me look this up. Power equal to, toughness equal to, mana value equal to, is vanilla, ID equal red. Sort by release date. And not reprint. Falcon Wraith Reaver from Eldritch Moon was the first time that we had a 2/2 for 2 with no drawback. And a at-all relevant creature type. It was a vampire. Defiant Kenra was a warrior. Swab Goblin is a goblin and a pirate. They all have relevant creature types, hilariously. The least relevant might be vampire, because vampires are usually going to be heavy in the black. But yeah, we're at the point now where, like, you have a 2... And here's the thing. 2 of these are goblins. M20 was the first goblin. Right? No. Sorry. Rivals of Ixalan and then War the Spark was the first goblin. You should nowadays be able to find, in fact, you can now find a 2/2 for 2, 2/2 for 2. Actually, you know what? Type goblin, and then date greater than 2017. Go away. All right. Yeah. Oh. There we go. 2, 3. We now have 4. Wow. We now have 4 2-mana 2/2 goblins that all have an ability. plus 2 that are just vanilla. In other words, don't play Mog Toady unless you have to. Oh, let me rephrase that. We have four 2/2 goblins for 2 mana at common. These 4 here, this L shape here. Not the last one on the top row, or not the last one on the second row. That are all, that are all common. That all have an ability, i.e. not a drawback. At common. Don't play Mog Toady unless you have to. You really need an overriding reason to play that. And the fact that it's a goblin is not enough. The fact that it's a common goblin is not enough. Laccolith Warrior. When this becomes blocked, you may have it deal damage equal to its power to target creature, etc. Getting better. 4 mana for 3/3 Laccolith. The Grunt is a 3 mana 2/2. Oh, and there's a 7 mana 6/6. We'll get to that in a moment. Ancient Hydra. Fading 5. I don't care. This is 5 mana for 5 damage, split any way I want. Are you playing... First things, are you playing Hydras and you're playing red in your Hydra deck? Play this. Especially if you're playing with a card along the lines of Doubling Season. Doubling Season, or Proliferate, or some way of giving this extra counters. Play this. So, this is going to be a little bit like playing with... Cast straight. This is a little bit like playing with Fireball, where you're always paying the extra cost. I better pull up Fireball. And then pull up. Let's do this one. Actually, let's do that one. The spell does so 1 red plus X sorcery, 1 more to cast for each target beyond the first. X damage divided evenly, rounded down amongst any number of targets. So basically what you have to do is, how many targets do you want to hit? How much are you going to deal to the biggest one? And basically go, okay. Say you have to deal 5. So red, 5 to this one, 1 for next target, 5 for the next one, 1 for next target, 5 for the next one, 1 for next target. And that's basically the easiest way to figure out how much mana you have to pump into it. You often end up doing like 2 to 3 damage amongst like 4 or 5 targets, or something of that nature. Oh man. The orchard soon reeked of sulfur, smoke, and scorched bugbear with just a hint of peach. P.S. Whatever you do, do not cast Fireball in a woods. Don't do it. Bad idea. Make dryads and druids and other things of such that make them very upset. Anywho. Oh yeah, and here's Fireball from when I started playing. Does X damage total, divided evenly, rounded down, amongst any number of targets. Pay 1 extra mana for each target beyond the first. Yeah. But, I mean, 1 damage to any target 5 times. Okay. I can work with that. So what that ends up meaning is like 10 damage to split up, 10 mana to split up 5 damage. However, I will point out, this is a creature. A lot of things that want to do stuff like this, that take damage and split it up, are not creatures. They're usually, instants or sorceries. So this is a creature. So this will bypass a lot of things that want to stop damage. Also, if you have the manas, this is not combat damage. This is Hydra flinging its heads at you. Yeah. This is, don't mess with this. And again, if you're playing, you're playing Hydras and you're playing red, yeah. If you happen to find a way to give this thing Death Touch, then every head that you throw is going to kill another creature. Just putting it out there. Enjoy. Somebody's going to have a use for that deck. Archmage. One of the better spell shapers in general. 3 to cast for a 2/2, which in red is reasonable, and especially for a spell shaper is actually pretty good. Again, spell shapers basically take the card you're discarding and polymorph it into a certain spell. I think it's Arc Lightning? Yeah, 1 red plus 2. Oh no, that deals 3 damage. Mana value equals 3. Type instant or type sorcery. 2 damage. Among ID D red mana 2. No? Really? Flames of the fire. Oh, it all did at least 3 damage. Huh. Arc Lightning did 3. Oh. Go away. Forked Bolt was the first one. Huh. But that was a sorcery. As an instant. 16, 16, 15. Twin Bolt was the first one. This was the first one that actually did what Archmage deals. Archmage takes Arc Lightning, weakens it slightly, which does make sense. I hate to say it, does make sense. And then fires it off. Because you can also do this turn after turn after turn, and 3 damage every turn just from discarding a card is a lot. But it's still a really good card. And again, you put, I mean, if you think about it, you put Basilisk Collar on this, and you gain 2 life, and you kill 2 creatures outright, barring indestructible, etc. So yeah, you know what? Like, Archmage should see a fair amount of play. Laccolith Titan. Out of the Laccoliths that I'm seeing, this is the one you want. In fact, all of the Laccoliths are from Nemesis. So what are they? The Whelp, Wouldn't Bother, the Rig. Okay. But yeah, Laccolith Titan, really good. Cool. Because it's dealing 6 damage. Chances are that's going to kill anything. Cool. Instead of doing it to the scrub that's blocking me, I'll kill that. That's going to... Proximity guarantees injury or death. Yeah, I presume in most cases it's going to be death. No cake. Just death. Bolo Warrior. Target creature... Yeah, 2 mana for a 1/1. The ingredients for panic include equal parts danger, uncertainty, and helplessness. Sounds about right. 2 mana for a 1/1. Pay a red, tap, and discard card. Target creature can't block this turn. Again, if you're playing Reanimation, this is almost as cheap as you want to make it. You know, because you're probably reanimating bigger creatures than, 1 or 2 mana. You're probably reanimating stuff that's like 5, 6, 7 mana. Actually, even better, if you're playing Phoenixes, you're playing Phoenix Tribal, this is a good way to get your Phoenixes into the graveyard first so that you can trigger their abilities and have them self-reanimate. And also push through a Phoenix that you've already had jump back into play. No big deal. Flowstone Wall. Again, 3 mana for 0/6 feels about right, give or take, with a Flowstone ability. Which means it can suddenly become, a 5/1. The rebels assaulted the wall, never suspecting the wall would assault back. Yeah, that sounds about right. Incidentally, I thought these were eyes and beaks for a moment, and then I took... No, that's something much scarier. Yeah, if you're playing with walls, consider Flowstone Wall. And then Flowstone Surge, which is, where I'm stopping for red for tonight. 2 mana enchantment. Creatures you control get +1/-1. Not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. Make sure your creatures can survive a point of toughness. And just don't care. Don't look back. Again, Gauntlet of Power, Gauntlet of Might, effects of that nature. anything that can pump your team in terms of toughness will help. Alternatively, do you have something that will give you a bonus when your creatures die? Whoops. Wow, I've been having issues with typing and stuff like tonight. The beginning of your attack of the creature this time. Whenever a creature you control dies, put 2 eyeball counters on it. Oh, Jar of Eyeballs would be cute. Oh, Relic Vial. Find a cleric to drop in a play. Relic Vial. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Thunk. Stalking Vengeance. Whenever another creature you control dies, deals damage equal to its power to target player or planeswalker. I have a bunch of 1/1 goblins. I play, what was it called? Flowstone, what? Flowstone Surge. Cool. So for, with Stalking Vengeance, cool. Pop my 10 goblins, so that's 20 power, I'll throw it all at you. Whenever a creature you control dies, put a Phyresis counter on Weatherlight completed. Then draw a card if it has 7 or more Phyresis counters. If it doesn't, scry 1. Oh. Yeah. Relic Vial and Weatherlight completed and Stalking Vengeance. Oh my god. I think I want to start trying to figure out how to build mono red aristocrats. That sounds fun. Yeah, that's not going to end up being silly, is it? Especially since... Oh, non-combat damage? Don't mind if I do. Skyshroud Sentinel, you're playing Commander. If you're playing Relentless Commander, yes. Relentless Commander, Elf, yeah. Play Skyshroud Sentinel. If you're not doing that, don't bother. 3 mana for a 1/1. Nesting Worm, on the other hand, it's a 4/3 trample for 6, which, while not incredible, is not terrible. It's certainly much better rate than 3 mana for a 1/1. This is a card I would consider under certain circumstances. If I'm building an Arcade Post deck, he's done enough cards that it's worth considering. Unfortunately, you are stuck playing, so red black for basics. Anything else? You got Thought Vessel, Mana Cache, and Bog Initiate. This is just mana fixing. This might store up mana for you. So, yeah, realistically, you're playing red-black. So, ID Rectus. Okay. 56 cards. A bunch of good a large list of black cards. 1, 2, 3, 11 red cards, 3 Rakdos cards, and then some other stuff on top. Okay. Okay, Mr. Post. It is conceivable to build you as a deck. But I'm not playing Nesting Worm in that deck. Because he didn't even make any force. He did Mountain and he did a Swamp. Skyshroud Ridgeback. Do you need a cheap aggro creature really fast? This is fine. It's 1 mana for 2/3. This is the kind of card that, unlike what I saw from, I can't remember what the blue card is called. Cloudscape. There we go. Unlike what I saw from Cloudscape, which I expect to be swinging in for a couple of turns. This, I'm not expecting the Ridgeback to get through at all. I'm expecting it to just simply show up and, oh yeah, I picked up its thing, didn't I? I apparently have the munchies tonight. Oh, it's a Swedish thing. I'm expecting this to get chump blocked all day long because it's a 1-drop ground creature. And I get that. You know what I would use this as? I want a cheap creature that I can use for triggering an effect like Panharmonicon. Although, hilariously, it's even funnier if you get an effect like this and add, oh! Holly, you made it back. I apologize. I didn't see you there. I apologize. Bunions. But yeah, Skyshroud Ridgeback I would look at to trigger an effect like Pandemonium. What card were you referring to Netterondel about? Because unfortunately it took me, you know, a good 10 minutes or so for me to realize you were here, because I had that screen covered and I'm a terrible, terrible person for that. Wild Mammoth, not worth it. It's been at least a good decade plus that you could get a 3/3 creature with no drawback, with some kind of bonus ability, in fact, for 3 mana. Now, what were you saying it's worse than Netterondel about? Oh. Well, I mean, depending on what you're using them for, the Bolo Warrior helps push damage through, which is what red wants. Again, it's not a great creature, but for the job it's trying to do, it's actually not bad. And again, if you're looking for something for like an outlet for tossing stuff into the graveyard so you can reanimate it, Bolo Warrior is perfectly serviceable, and because the activation is only a single mana, you can start reanimating stuff that much sooner. Compare that to Archmage, I think it was called. Yeah, compare that to Archmage. Sure. But the fact of the matter is, cards like Bolo Warrior, you can do turn after turn after turn. You only need, say, a handful of those effects, rather than fill your deck up with, like, 15 or so of them to try and get yourself going. You can run a lot less of them because you're able to do them turn after turn. Plus, when you've got, plus depending on which ones you're running, you can always turn around and, I don't have a use for this, get rid of it. I'll get to that in a moment. What you did say, though, about Wild Mammoth, i.e. the Gazban Ogre wannabe, does bring up a good point. It is completely reasonable to build a deck around passing creatures around. Something along the lines of Zedru. Now, Zedru being green, Zedru being Jeskai, you're not playing green. So, this is not going to be, you're not putting Gazban Ogre and Wild Mammoth and into that deck. But you can build a deck based on that style and see how things go. Maybe? I mean, you can always do this, because if you think it's this card, you can always do that. Is that the one you were thinking of? Yeah, you can do, how to turn stuff into lands. Oh. What do you call it? Because I cannot remember. No, is it a Shia? Oh. Land. No? Blah. Non-token creatures are forest lands. There's a green spell that turns all lands into 2/2 creatures. No, why? Garog, what I want to do is the other direction. I want to turn creatures into lands. Because Holly and I were just talking about Herald of Lashrak, which lets you gain control of lands that you don't like, gain control of somebody else's lands. And so if you can turn creatures into lands, Oh, I wonder. Life and limb. Does that affect everybody? All forced. Yes. Oh. Yeah. No, you're fine. Most people are thinking the other direction. No. I want to turn stuff into lands. Life and limb in combination with Yavimaya Cradle of Growth will do it. Because suddenly all lands are now 1/1 saplings across the board. Oh, that's wrong. Yeah, Life and Limb with Yavimaya Cradle of Growth turns all lands into creatures, which means then you can start stealing your opponent's. So now all you need to... Oh no. Yeah, so now all you need to do is give all creatures... No. Give all lands all land types? No. What do I need to do? Gain control of the land you don't control. Everything is a forest. Oh, I'm not going there. All lands become forests. More than one, I'm sure. Imprison in the Moon comes to mind. There's a couple of cards along that line. So, if I want to steal... I want to steal lands. Yavimaya plus Life and Limb lets me do it. If I want to steal... Well, if I want to... The thing is, if I want to steal creatures, that's easy. But Herald of Lashrak... Oh, you know what's funny? Let me pull Ashaya back up. Power and toughness equal to the number of lands you control. Non-token creatures you control are forest lands in addition to their other types. Right? Fractured Identity. Exile target non-land permanent. Each player other than its controller creates a token of that. That's a copy of that. So, now I'm playing 4 colors, so everything but red. I have Ashaya in play. I blow it up with Fractured Identity. Everyone else gets a copy of Ashaya, which suddenly means all their creatures are now also lands. Then I drop Herald of Leshrac. Cumulative upkeep. I'm going to start stealing all your creatures. I'll leave the Ashayas alone, and I start stealing everything else. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. Oh. That came up in, what's the word I'm looking for? I had to write that down somewhere before I completely forgot about it. Yeah, that's a terrible, terrible idea. You basically sit there and steal all your opponent's creatures and their lands, and the Herald of Leshrac just gets ginormous. Until at some point you're just going to start one hit killing people. Yes, we are terrible people. And that started with the discussion about Wild Mammoth. I mean, yeah, that's wrong. Skyshroud Behemoth? Oh yeah. Terrible idea. Skyshroud Behemoth, because it's got Fading 2 and it doesn't have any sort of evasion, yeah, I was just saying that. It's hard to make this work well, and if all you want for is the fact that it's a 10-10, you can do better. Because, like, if you want for being a 10-10, you want it, like, just as a 10-10. Then you want it for things like Pandemonium. Yeah, but you're paying 7 mana, you can probably get a 10 power creature for cheaper than that. Power greater than 9, and what's the word I'm looking for? Mana value less than 8. Not dealing with vehicles. Right. Daemogoth Titan doesn't actually have that big. It isn't actually that big a size. It's only that big when it's attacking. Daemogoth Titan and Doomgape are both 10-10s or 11-10. Etched Monstrosity, if you can eliminate the counters, is a 10-10. Galta and Mavrin is a 12-12. Gigantosaurus is a 10-10. Grim Gigantosaurus is a 10-10 with Monstrosity. Oh, that's fun. Kodama is a 10-8. You know, it is... Let's sort this by mana value. Sort by mana value. If you are literally just caring about that it's a giant creature, so because of effects like Pandemonium, yeah, Phyrexian Dreadnought, drop it into play, and sure, comes into play, it dies, but it's still going to deal 12 to something. Mind Skinner. It's going to deal 10 damage when it comes into play. Eryxmathes, if you can have it enter without... Stop that. If you can... if you can have Eryxmathes enter without counters somehow, it's coming to play as a 12-12. Yeah. All of these, like, if you want a giant creature for relatively cheap, you can get... Oh my god. You play Mind Skinner with an effect that says damage can't be prevented? Actually... Good night, Holly. Everlasting Torment can't be. Combat damage should be dealt by creatures you control, can't be prevented. Oh, Questing Beast in combination with a Mind Scanner, they're taking the 10 regardless. Oh, that's scary. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is dumb. Yeah, okay. That's another deck I want to build. But yeah, Skyshroud Behemoth, if you just want a 10 tank, if you just want a giant creature for cheap, you can do better than this. This needs extra effort put into it to make it worthwhile. Would not bother. Would play... I would play Nesting Worm before Skyshroud Behemoth. In the right kind of deck, I'd probably play Ridgeback. Oh yeah, Wood Ripper. I have a very casual kitchen table 60 card 4-of deck. Very casual. I actually put a sideboard together for it. I've got some Wood Rippers in the sideboard, so I can turn around and go, oh, nice enchantment you've got there. Would be a shame if something happened to it. The deck is basically a ramp deck with some really bad nowadays, old stuff to ramp into. And when I say bad, back in the day they were fine. This is a good example. Crash of Rhinos. Back in the day was actually really good. 8 mana for an 8/4 trample. At least at a low rarity. It's pretty good. This was in the sideboard. Just in case I had stuff that needed to get blowed up. In Commander, I would probably be fine playing this straight up. Just as, 5 mana, 4/6, fading, pay 1 and remove a counter from it to blow up an artifact. Are there better options? Yeah. This is still okay. This is still, there are worse cards for this. Blastoderm, as Holly was mentioning before she ran off for the night, because in our neck of the woods, it's like 10:30 at night. I don't know if you can target... what's the word I'm looking for? It's proliferate target. I don't remember proliferate targets. I don't think it does. I don't think proliferate targets. I think it's just choose, but I can't remember for sure and I'm drawing a blank. Choose. Woo. Okay. So it doesn't target, so that's helpful. So you can choose Blastoderm as something to get bonus counters on. Nice. That being said, it's a 4 mana 5/5 Shroud. 4 mana for 5/5 these days, if it has no other abilities, is about right. Sometimes you can get it, especially at lower rarities, with some kind of abilities. Shroud, the biggest problem with Shroud is that you can't target it yourself. It doesn't have any other abilities. So you really want an effect like Akroma's Memorial, Aggressive Mammoth, giving it Trample, Akroma's Memorial. Again, I'm going to bring this back up. Cool. Whoops. There are certain cards I constantly use as shortcuts. Let's bold this too to make this a bit easier to read on something that's a smaller screen. There are certain mental shortcuts that my brain goes to. Akroma's Memorial, because I'm looking for... I'm looking for the suite of abilities. I'm looking for a specific ability that the color doesn't generally get. Like, for example, I'm looking for, I'm building a blue-black deck, and I need stuff to have protection from red, for example. You know what? Can I... no. Alright, whatever. Or I'm building a... I'm building a black-white deck, and I really want Trample. Or Haste. And Haste is something that either one occasionally gets, but actually getting it for all my creatures is not easy. So Akroma's Memorial commonly shows up as a mental shortcut because there are abilities that come up that I need that aren't common there. And it's not because it's the only way to do it, it's just the fastest way to get those that I can think of. And so Blastoderm, yeah, I'm playing green. I want Haste. The only card I can think of to get Haste, and just Haste, in green is like Concordant Crossroads, but that gives it to everybody. There's a couple of cards that give it to specific creature types. Getting Trample is easy, but getting any of the other stuff is a lot more difficult. Or Akroma's Memorial says, hey, I do all the things. So, yeah. That, I can see why Blastoderm is relatively low on the list. Harvest Mage. Harvest Mage's job is realistically fixing your mana. Again, if you're playing a deck along the lines of Reanimator, something that has other stuff that it also wants to do on the same turn, and you just need a cheap, quick discard outlet. Harvest Mage is fine at its job. If that's what you need, it's fine. If you're playing 3 colors, this is meh. If you're playing 4 colors, this is something to think about. If you're playing 5 colors, this is something to think about. However, you also usually have other cards that you want to play before you play those. First of all, how many 5-color lands are you running? How many cards are you how many lands are you playing that can tap for 3 or more colors? Because if you play all 5 Triomes and all 5 Capenna hideout lands, I'll call them, like some bosses headquarters or whatever it's called, Spar's headquarters and the other ones in those. Like, if you're running all 10 of those and you're running the 5 Alara Tri-lands and the 5 Tarkir Tri-lands, that's 20 lands that will all tap for 1 of 3 colors. The chance of you running, like, assuming you're playing a 5-color deck, the chance of you actually needing an effect like Harvest Mage is going to be pretty low. And if I want an effect like Harvest Mage, my first card would probably be Dryad of the Elysian Grove. Are there other cards that do a similar effect? Yeah, but that's the first one my brain goes to for stuff like that. Harvest Mage is probably like number 4 or 5. But also, realistically, I probably want to be fetching out cards, at least fetching out cards with basic land types. So run those 20 lands plus the 5 whatchamacallits, the Mirage fetches. That's probably enough to make sure my mana base is stable. And that gives me 13 lands to play with, at which point I just balance them based on what my color, what colors in my deck actually need. Harvest Mage, again, probably not going to bother unless I want that discard effect for something else. Refreshing Rain. Again, this goes back to the question of let's assume your deck wants life gain. You're building around a Johnny's Pride Maiden, similar effects, or you're building around Bolas' Citadel, or you're building in such a way that life gain is relevant. And the first question you should ask yourself, if you've decided this is a deck that you're building, is it more important for me to gain a bunch of life at once, or is it more important for me to have a bunch of instances of gaining a small amount of life? There's a big difference. Because if you have a card like Well of Lost Dreams, you want to gain a bunch of life at once. You want a single instruction that says gain a lot of life. This is a single instruction that says gain a lot of life in one shot. Gaining 6 life off of Refreshing Rain. You're playing green, you probably have a forest in play. And as I'll point out again, like for example, this is a mono blue deck. This is my mono blue ramp deck. Let's see if I can find it. What are you listed under? You're not listed under other, are you? Oh, yes, you are. Yavimaya, Cradle of Growth. Is a land I can legally run in a mono green deck because even though it looks green, it does not actually have a green color identity. Lands don't have a color identity unless, basically, does it have a blue mana symbol on it somewhere? No. Does it have a mana cost? No. Does it have a color indicator on it? Which is usually a little circle over here on the left. No? Then it doesn't have a color. Is there an effect in play that gives it a color? No. It's colorless. I can put this legally in a mono blue deck. By the same token, I can put Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth into a mono green deck. Suddenly, if I've got Urborg in play and Refreshing Rain is in my hand and I'm playing green, I can suddenly go, cool, anybody has a land in play, I get to cast this for free. I gain 6 life. When I gain 6 life, I can pay X, where X is less than or equal to the amount of life I just gained. So I can pay any amount of mana up to 6. If I draw that many, the amount of, I draw mana equal to the amount of mana I just paid into Will of Lost Dreams. Whew, words. So, an effect like that for a card like Well of Lost Dreams is great. Compare this to, let's go for the Bloodthirsty Aerialist. I loved this card when she was in Standard. She was great. 3 mana for a 2/3 flyer with the Ajani's Pride, the ability we know from Ajani's Pridemate. Whenever you gain life, put a +1 counter on this creature. You take a look at this, and you're like, but I just gained 6 life. But that was a single instruction telling you to gain life once. You play Refreshing Rain, you are going to gain life 1 time. You get 1 counter. She's going to go from a 2/3 flyer to a 3/4 flyer. So, that being said, if the only thing a card does is gain you life, it's generally not worth playing. There's always exceptions, but as a general rule of thumb, if the only thing it does is gain you life, you can probably find something else at a similar cost that will gain you almost as much life that does more. It really needs to be worth. Now, to be fair, you can cast this without spending any mana whatsoever and suddenly gain a bunch of life. That is a consideration in its favor. And I would rather think that's what it's called. I would rather play that over Heroes Reunion, because this is going to cost me 1 white and 1 green. Gain 7 life. However, this does have one benefit over Refreshing Rain. That's the fact that it's 2 mana. It's always 2 mana, which suddenly means if I want to mess around with something silly and throw it on Isochron Scepter, I can do that and be happy all day long, because every turn cycle, hey, guess what? I'm getting 7 life again. 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 Do I sound like a broken record? 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 Okay, I'll stop now. Yeah. That's the benefit Heroes Reunion has over Refreshing Rain. It just might be just Feed the Clan. It might be the most consistent life that you can have. Feed the Clan, if you've got a big enough creature in play, you can gain more life off of it. Mana value, sort by mana value. Yeah, nothing else here is going to gain. I think Feed the Clan gains you the most life overall, as far as something that you can imprint on a Isochron Scepter. But sure, I have a big creature, or I have a card that can gain me a lot of life. Can I find something that will gain me a bunch of life that I can cast relatively cheaply, but does more? And the answer probably is yes. Although, I'll be honest, cards like Refreshing Rain are going to be hard to beat. Moss Dog. Moss Dog is one of those cards that I think might work with damage redirection, or not, with redirection effects. You know what? Let me just check that real quick. I'm just double checking this real quick. Moss Dog will trigger if the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls is changed to Moss Dog. Yes! It will trigger if the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls is changed to Moss Dog. Nice. Oh, nice. So, if somebody casts some kind of pump effect. Oh. Does that mean somebody can cast, because auras target when they're cast. You can change the target if it's possible to change the target. Because some can only target specific types of cards. You change the target of the aura spell to Moss Dog and pump it. Whew! We'll get there eventually. Okay. So yeah, Moss Dog is the kind of card that you want to put in a deck that has the ability to redirect spells and abilities. Okay. Obviously, if you can't, you don't, but Skyshroud Cutter. See, this is the problem. Skyshroud Cutter, you had back here, you had Skyshroud Ridgeback, which is 1 green for 2/3 with fading 2. Or for tapping no land, but simply having everyone else gain 5 life, you can have a 2/2 that you spent no mana on. In Standard, I would have taken a look at this. I mean, assuming my comfort with the game is as far as it is now. I would take a look at this and go, well, cool. That means on turn 1, I can play a land, drop 4 cutters in a play, and still have a turn, and still have a, a turn 1 play of, say, Llanowar Elves, or what have you. And sure, my opponent's now at 40 life, but I've got 8 power on the board, which puts them at a 5-turn clock. Say my actual turn 1 play is Birds of Paradise. Cool. Well then, turn 2, I'm blowing up whatever you've got to block and swing in, and all I have to do is keep the pressure on. Funnily enough, the more life they gain, the faster the clock is, because if I just have 1, that is a 13 turn clock, because 25 divided by 2. Then I go 30 life divided by 4, which is 8, because you have to round up. Then 35 life divided by 6, which is 6. And then 40 life divided by 8, which is 5. I think that's pretty good for what is normally a 2/2 creature. To be fair, you have to drop a bunch of them in a play, but going from a 13-turn clock, which is normally a 10-turn clock, 2 of them in play at the same time is a 30 divided by 4 is an 8-turn clock. So dropping 2 of them already cuts your clock down by 2 turns. Now we're playing Commander. I don't think a free 2/2 is enough. Yeah, it's a 4 mana 2/2, so that's definitely not enough. You are going to need some way to bypass that life gain, or something to give all your creatures infect or something like that. Actually, oh, what do you call it? What do you call it? Have infect? Has infect? And infect? Triumph of the Hordes. There it is. I knew I'd get to it eventually. Wow, you're an expensive card. 17 for the regular version. Are you an online only deck? The list is 17, and the secret lair drop, which is Battle Royale, is only a few dollars more. But yeah, Triumph of the Hordes, turn 4. So, Triumph of the Hordes. If you can drop enough free creatures, oh wow. Actually, if you're running Triumph of the Hordes, then cards like Skyshroud Ridgeback might actually be worth playing, because you're going to end the game fast. But you need to pull up that Triumph of the Hordes fast. Animate Land. Honestly, would not bother with Animate Land in most games. Simply because, again, I mean, it's not that it's a bad card. It's just there's other cards that can do something similar. Sometimes for about the same cost. Often already built into the land. Treetop Village, for 2 mana, becomes a 3/3 trampling creature till end of turn. So, when do you want to animate? When do you want to use animate land and stuff? When do you want to use animate land? There we go, instead. And so, part of what goes through my head is if you know, as somebody's playing a Wrath effect and you want to get rid of a land at the same time. You know, pop goes the world, and you're like, oh, okay, well, in that response, turn you into a creature. A creature. Oh, man. Apparently that came from some, whatchamacallit, Mythbuster skit. But this is the, like, why else? Because you could use it on a land that doesn't have summoning sickness or can get haste, so you can attack with it, which is probably the primary way people think of it. But there's enough ways to turn stuff into lands, including, as Garag mentioned, there's cards that there's multiple cards, including Sylvan Awakening, to turn all your lands into creatures. So why would you just want to animate one land? I mean, it kind of is trying to be a green lightning bolt, let's be honest. But yeah, if you're looking for something better than that, if you're looking for something else, you're basically doing it to blow up. You're doing it to blow up a land in response to, like, Wrath of God or some other effect. Artifacts, there's only 15. I'll zip through them all. Flowstone armor, basically giving the Flowstone ability to target creature as long as this remains tapped. You can start using this to kill off X1s fairly easily. Are there better ways to do that? Maybe, but being able to kill off X1 indestructibles helps a lot. Also, you know, the sudden, you know, because it can have, because these kinds of effects can target any creature as opposed to target creature you control, you can muck around with combat math as well. Parallax Inhibitor, as was being mentioned much earlier by Holly. Sacrifice it to put fading counters on, or fade counters on permanents you control that have fading. Not generally worth it because it sacks for that ability. So where you want this is some kind of way to consistently recycle your less expensive artifacts, and you're playing with fading. That already is a decent amount to juggle. It's not impossible. It's, you know, it's not completely unreasonable. But it is a thing you'd have to do to make it work. And it's each permanent, thankfully. Not each creature or whatever, because that would be bad. Rejuvenation Chamber. Again, if you can keep proliferating up, if you're looking for gaining life, a somewhat reasonable amount of life on a regular basis, and you have proliferation shenanigans available, being able to gain 2 life a turn can do so much. And 2 life, I mean, yes, it's a lot more than, you know, it's a lot more than 1 life. It's not a lot more than 1 life, but it is more than 1 life. But it doesn't feel like enough more to warrant putting this in a Well of Lost Dreams deck over a Johnny's Pridemate deck. But that being said, you tap this and 2 lands and you draw 2 cards, which is very reasonable. I wouldn't bother on something that only gave me 1 life, although if I had multiple things that had lifelink, let's say, then I might consider Well of Lost Dreams. But I generally wouldn't bother with. But if I'm playing with Proliferate Shenanigans, and if I'm playing with a Johnny's Pride Mate and Bloodthirsty Aerialist and similar effects, and Proliferate, this can make it in. And do keep in mind that before this thing self-destructs, tap at the turn it comes into play, remove the first fading counter, tap, remove the second fading counter, tap, try to remove another fading counter. You're gaining 8 life out of it. That is 4 triggers. So that's actually a decent amount of mana, or a decent amount of life off a 3 mana artifact. If you care about life gain, look in a rejuvenation chamber. Be smart with your timing. You should be able to pull that off. Complex Automaton. Oh, Complex Automaton. You need a way to be able to sacrifice stuff to make this work. Because here's the thing. It's a 4 mana artifact. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 7 or more permanents, return this to owner's hand. Which means, at best, like this plus 6 lands. What? This plus 6 lands. That's kind of a big deal. Which means, as a general rule, you'll be casting this and then returning back to your hand next turn. Can you make use of this? Yes, you can. Again, cards like Pandemonium will not complain about this sort of thing coming into play turn after turn after turn after turn, because 4 damage, 4 to you, 4 to you, 4 to you, 4 to you. You know. Would it be difficult to have this, you know, make a usable dent in most decks? And if you want, again, if you want a 4 mana power, okay, first things first, ID colon, let's see, power equal 4 and mana value equal 4. There are 30 cards that have got 40 power that you can run. And some of them have got Clay Golem. Clay Golem you should play over that, because it's 4 mana. 4 mana for 4/4 that not only has no drawback, when it becomes monstrous, which on average it'll get, you know, 3+1 counters on it. When it becomes monstrous, destroy target permanent. Even if you get a 1, okay, that's fine. I spent 5 mana, I got a 5/5 creature and blew something up. Yeah, that's fine. Forgotten Sentinel enters tapped. Fine. You can't play creature spells. There's ways around that. This has got Defender that suddenly pumps out golems. You know, your various Mastercore effects, etc., etc. Like, getting a 4/4 creature is pretty easy. Whoops. Getting a 4 mana 4/4 creature, and you can get better than that even, if you just care about it being like a 4-power creature. So its big thing is the fact that it will often come back and, come back to your hand. Rusting Golem is going to start off as a 5/5. On its first turn, it's going to be a 4/4. Again, you need proliferation shenanigans to make that work. I have Yawgmoth. This is cute. This is kind of like... Uh-oh. Back in a sec. That. Alright. We back? Yep. And... up. There we go. I have Yawgmoth. If you're able to consistently sacrifice 2-power creatures, it's 3 to cast, 3 tap and sack the 2-power creature, and you look at the top 2 cards of your library. I'll explain in a moment. You look at the top 2. Actually, sorry, you reveal the top 2. You put one in your hand, you exile the other. Which is a little bit better than drawing a card. I have Yawgmoth feels to me like one of those cards that you play if you want to use it consistently. You don't want to be doing anything bigger than a 3-power creature. Reveal 0 cards, put 1 in your hand, which you can't. So, I have Yawgmoth for creature with power equal to 0. Would just give you a sack outlet. You reveal 0, you put 0 in your hand, you exile 0. Because you can't put 1 of 0 into your hand. X equal 1 basically gives you... So X equals 0 basically gives you a sack outlet that costs you 3 mana. X equal 1 is a little bit like Arcane Encyclopedia, except A, you have to sacrifice a creature, and B, you have to show the card that you drew. X equal 2, so a creature that's 2 power, you reveal the top 2 cards, you put 1 in your hand, and exile the other, which is actually pretty decent. And that's at the point where I say that's probably where you generally want it. And at 3, you reveal the top 3, choose 1, and exile the other 2. Anything beyond that, you are not using this regularly to get ahead in cards or card quality or whatever, like general card quality. Anything more than that, you are using this because you are digging for something specific. Your first couple of turns, you're digging for lands, so any expensive spells you don't want. Then after that, you're looking for stuff and exiling lands that you don't need. Power equals 3, you can probably still get away with that, though you have to be a bit more careful. After that, you're looking for cards that fulfill a specific role. Generally a very, unimportant category. Like, I'm looking for removal. I'm looking for a counterspell of some sort. I'm looking for a land that taps for green. Like, because initially, you're looking for, like, I need a land. Now you're looking for a land that taps for green. That's the difference here, is smaller numbers, you're looking for something more general. Larger numbers, you want something that's more specific. And once you start dropping, creatures that are tapping, creatures that got like 8 or 10 power, and you're sacrificing those, you're looking for something very specific because you're digging fairly deep and exiling a bunch. You only want to be using this like 3 or 4 times and find your one card that you really need. So, Eye of Yawgmoth, with some careful work, you can make it work. Flowstone Thopter. 7 mana, 4/4. See, back in the day, this probably would have been okay for a creature to play, Urzatron into. This probably would have been fine. 7 mana, 4/4, pay 1, give a +1/-1, and gain flying till end of turn. So you only have to activate it once, and suddenly, instead of being a 4/4 ground creature, it's a 5/3 flyer. That's kind of a lot. And I'm sure in Limited, it probably got treated as a 5/3, probably even a 6/2 a fair number of times. The 6/2 flyer is still a 6 power flying creature. In other formats, once they've dealt with all the craziness from Urzatron Urzablock and whatnot, I'm sure things settle down. It's still fine. There are much worse creatures to play. Problem is, we're only 15 cards. We've only done 7. These 2 are actually playable, in my opinion. Flint Golem, whenever it becomes block defending player mills 3 cards, 4 mana, 2/3. You know what? Find an effect that says, hey, by the way, you have to block this turn. What? You have to block this turn. I believe the ability is called Provoke. And yeah, you can start milling out an opponent with a card like this. You want to build a mill strategy? Flint Golem. Cool, you want to take 2 or do you want to mill 3? Sure, your library's bigger, but it's, you know, with all these other cards I'm doing, it's not going to last as long. You might be better off taking the 2 damage. Oh. Rackling. The beginning of each opponent's upkeep. They take damage. So 4 mana 2/2 creature. Each opponent's upkeep, they take basically. Alright. I have 3 cards in hand. I'm safe. I have less than 3 cards in hand. I start taking that much. I take damage equal to how many cards less than 3 I have. In other words, if I have 2 cards in hand, that's 1 card less than 3, I take 1. I have 1 card in hand, that's 2 cards less than 3, I take 2. I have no cards in hand, that's 3 cards less than 3, I take 3. Yeah, any card based on the rack or the vice, you're going to be seeing this kind of wording. 3 minus the number of cards in hand, or the number of cards in hand minus 4, I think is the other way. Yeah, there's the vice link. Number of cards in hand minus 4. Yeah. Oh yeah, Belby's armor. I cannot say the word Belby normally with a straight, a straight face, a straight voice. However, because my brain always wants to go Belby. This does the opposite of Flowstone. Instead of paying X and giving plus X minus X, it's pay X and get minus X plus X. In other words, you sacrifice power for toughness. So here's the fun part. If you give a creature, like let's say you Flowstone, and you give enough of a power boost that the corresponding toughness drops to 0 or below, the creature dies. On the other hand, you can take a creature's power, shrink it to 0 or below, and it doesn't matter, and raise the toughness up a bunch. Do you know where this thing gets worse? Is when you're looking at, your toughness batter stack, and, I don't know, Dora in the Siege Tower, each creature assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. This is a 0/5. This is a 3 mana artifact. Let's say you have no other mana to work with. You tap 3, tap it, and let's say this is the only creature you've got. Tap 3 and tap it. This would become minus 3 power and 8 toughness. But this is not doing anything with respect to its power. It has 8 toughness. It is going to assign combat damage based on 8 and not 0, which would bring it down to minus 3, which would be calculated as 0. Dora in the Siege Tower would just turn it up. Cool. So any kind of deck that cares about toughness, Belby's armor is worth, at least looking into. Also, makes things really fun when you're looking at doing it to somebody else's creatures. Like, this is a way to prevent damage from a creature without preventing damage, because you reduce the amount of damage that it actually can deal by X. Predator flagship, what I like to call a skeet shooter, because a skeet shooter, You toss something up in the air, pull, bam! Target creature gains flying until end of turn. Pull! Destroy target creature or flying. Blam! Yep. Yeah. I want these for multiple decks. In fact, let me take a quick boo. Let's see if you're in here. Oh wow, surprisingly, I don't need more yet. Oh, actually, that's the wrong... No, that's right. Nope. As of yet, I do not need any Predator flagships. But if I happen to come across another, couple, I know that when I go to building my mono green burn deck, I know I'm going to need a Predator flagship. Where are you? Oh yeah, right here. I know I'm going to want one. Kill switch. Tap all other artifacts. They don't untap during their control's untap step for as long as this artifact remains tapped. Note that this card, you can't choose to leave this card tapped during your untap step unless some other effect says so. Yeah. Yeah. This is... The big reason for a card like this is a lot of ancient cards had effects that only worked as long as they were untapped. And so it wouldn't just stop artifact creatures from being able to attack, it would also completely shut down certain artifacts. Like Winter Orb, for example. Actually, let's go revise. There we go. So, a player may not untap more than one land during the untap step of each of his or her turns. This was originally printed during Alpha, Beta, Unlimited. During which point there was a rule that a artifact that was tapped, like a continuous artifact that was tapped, notice the word continuous here. Let's pull up Unlimited, that might be slightly clear. If it was tapped, it had its ability shut off. There were a lot of decks that were built with that kind of playability in mind. I.e., this is how the rules worked at that point. Well, then eventually 6th edition rolled around. And the rules changed. And this would no longer, this as worded, would no longer shut off cards like Winter Orb, or more common to Commander players would be a card like Howling Mine. Take a look at its wording. 7th edition. 4th edition. Each player draws one extra card during their draw phase. 5th edition. Same thing. 6th edition rolls around and says, if at the beginning of each player's draw step, if Howling Mine is untapped, this is so somewhere around 6th edition, which I believe is when it specifically was, they said, well, because these are such prominent cards in, you know, in competitive play or very important in casual play or whatever, since these are really big cards in Magic in general, and how to play them triggers on whether they become, you know, whether they're tapped or not, we'll just add this extra piece of text that says if they're on, you know, if it's untapped, because Howling Mine, the way it used to work, similar to Winter Orb, was you would find a way to tap it on your turn so your opponent doesn't get to draw extra cards, and then untap it on your turn, and you constantly get to draw extra cards every turn. And so then 7th edition did it that way, 8th edition did it that way, 9th edition, 10th edition, M10, all the way up to nowadays. You know, where now it all says, hey, by the way, if this is untapped, and as a result, you get a handful of cards since then, like Trinisphere, that says, if this is untapped, this effect. But they're few and far between these days. In fact, date greater than 2000. Whoops. Not reprint. Oh. Yeah. 14 cards since 2000. Sort by release date. And so 13 cards. And you know, so you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them during Mirrodin block. Sorry, 7 of them during Mirrodin block, including Trinisphere. Then 2 more in Time Spiral to reference old cards. And then since Time Spiral, 1 in Origins, 1 in Commander Legends, 1 in Capenna, and 1 in Doctor Who. Realistically, we have had 4 cards in last... Am I reading that right? Yeah. We've had 4 cards in the last 10 years. And 6 cards in the last 15. That say, you know, if this is untapped. And none of them are artifacts except for K9 Mark 1. All that is to say, this is the reason for this card being the way it is. Nowadays, it's just tap a bunch of stuff until my turn rolls around and I untap this again. To be fair, it's still an okay card. It's really annoying if you have something like Mycosynth Lattice in play to turn everything into an artifact. Then you drop Kill Switch at the end of your turn. You tap down everybody's everything, and they're stuck with one land a turn. At which point, that kill switch is fine. First we kill the kill switch, then we kill you. Don't play that card if you don't want to be targeted. Belby's Portal. Yeah. 5 mana artifact. Choose a creature type. 3 tap. You may put a creature card of the chosen type from your hand onto the battlefield. There's a couple of decks. I probably have about 5 decks I could reasonably put this in. One of which I've already built, which is my Azorius, Azorius Mill, which is basically, 40 odd, at least 40 advisors in it, including 24 persistent petitioners. And just Quicksilver Amulet is generally better because you don't have to choose a creature type, but if you're playing a tribal deck, a kindred deck, I'm calling it tribal because that is the word that makes the most sense to me. Again, coming from playing for over 30 years. I don't know if anybody's actually ever complained about it being called tribal. I only heard anything about any complaints about it at all in the last couple of years. I'm pretty sure, this might be a matter of, being too careful, etc., etc. Not to say that it's wrong. I just think that if there were, the Cleveland Indians, if memory serves me correctly, the Cleveland Indians Major League Baseball team changed their name because they got complaints from Native Americans. Not just because of the name of the team, although I don't remember for sure if there were complaints about the name of the team as much as certain things like their mascot and, their signature move, i.e. the tomahawk chop, etc., 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 that they had concerns with. And that's a Major League Baseball team that was getting complaints, and we knew about the complaints about it. I do not actually remember hearing that there were concerns about the designation of building something based on a creature type being referred to as tribal. And I do know this goes back to at least the 90s. I would have thought that, this is 2000 that I'm looking at. If there was a concern about people referring to it as, and the game's only 7 years old by that point, if there was a concern about it being referred to as tribal, it probably would have been raised by this point. I'm relatively certain that it came up much sooner than that. Go away. Go away. Because 4, 5, and 6. What's wrong with the word tribal? Tribal. We have cultural consultants we work with, and they communicate that there are groups of that were upset. Are you? Word tribal, and asked if we could change it. Okay. And this happened in 2024. And so 2023 apparently was when they initially changed. Huh. Okay. So yeah, roughly 2 years ago. 25. So 30 years. So basically the game had been around for like almost 30 years. And finally somebody was bringing up concerns about it. I'm like, why was this not a thing in 2000? You know, the internet existed. People had, 2000, I was living, good Lord, 93. Yeah, I was living by myself and had broadband internet at a fairly reasonable price for broadband internet. I don't think I was on dial-up anymore. I've been back in town for like 5 or 6 years. Yeah. I think at that point, I was living somewhere where I could not get cable, but found that because the house I was in, which was over a century old, had copper wire for phone lines, I was able to get DSL, and so I was on DSL at that point. And it was not stupid expensive. It was actually relatively affordable. It wasn't cheap, but it was relatively affordable. And like, if that's a complaint, why? And Wizards of the Coast was still relatively small at that point. I shouldn't say it was. Wizards had generated a lot of revenue to the point where 2000 was when they, who had bought TSR maybe 3 or 4 years previously, put out third edition Dungeons and Dragons, because they dropped the A from Advanced. yeah, they, yeah, they could have, if there were a reasonable amount of complaints about it, I'm sure they would have, they would have gone, oh, okay, this is a problem. You know, our email box, or we're seeing on news groups, because at that point, news groups were still a big thing. You know, and the rules manager would have been paying attention to the news groups and would have seen people complain. And just nothing from what I've ever, like, I don't think they would have gone 25 plus years and not tried to suggest it, I mean, to be fair, they weren't exactly streaming a lot of information, but I mean, when they were posting articles on their own website, they could have made a post about it. When they, when they started introducing, when they started introducing the tribal type in Time Spiral. Time Spiral and Lorwyn Block. They had plenty of time to change it. So they must have gone on assuming there was very little to do about it. So, I don't know. Weird. Anyway, Belby's Portal. You put one in if your deck is realistically, like I assume, if a deck is based around a theme, you want, over 20 cards that support that theme. I find 24, if I'm building around Persistent Petitioners, 24 Persistent Petitioners is right about where it needs to be. With my, I can kill this now because this is almost done. With my Azorius Mill deck, I have 20 other advisors, which brings it up to 44. That's plenty for me to turn around and go, hey, by the way, I've got a handful of other creatures. Actually, how many other creatures do I have? My commander's an advisor. I have 44 advisors. Nothing under removal. Ormos and Sphinx of the Chimes. Ormos and Sphinx of the Chimes, who are Sphinxes, unsurprisingly. And everything else, yeah, that's it. That's literally it. I have 44 advisors and 2 Sphinxes. Yeah, that's what got them. Voiceling. The counterpart to Rackling. Each opponent takes damage equal to how many? 3 cards and 4 cards are always safe. Anything less than that, you might take damage. Anything more than that, you might take damage. 3 and 4 is always safe. Voiceling, because a number of people like Saffron Olive and Phil, aka Brewer's Kitchen, and a few of the others on the Goldfish crew, and nobody else ever, am I right? Yeah. Love drawing cards, and some of them like to play with effects that say, hey, by the way, you've got no maximum hand size. Cool. You get to take 13 damage this turn because you've got 17 cards in hand. Oh, crap. Rackling's like, this may hurt a little. Iceling's like, this may hurt a lot. Oh yes, and Tangle Wire. Yeah. This will slowly get better over time. By better, I mean, you know, less annoying. But basically, every turn, each, you know, the person whose turn it is has to tap down an artifact, creature, or land for each fade counter this has on it. Don't play this in a deck like deck with proliferation shenanigans unless you want to piss people off. Last card, lands. Woo. Wrath's Edge. Tap for color, legendary land, tap for colors, pay 4, tap and sack that land, sack a land. Turn that, ping something for 1. Somebody or something. Basically, it is turning, it's almost like turning that land into Psychic Purge, I think it is. Yeah, Psychic Purge. 1 damage to any target. Without that discard clause, but yeah. Yeah, I take this land and I throw it at you. Take a damage. I throw another one at you. Take a damage. Core Haven, actually really good. Again, legendary land, taps for colors. Pay a white and tap it. Prevent all combat damage to be dealt by target attacking creature this turn. Yeah, you're not getting through for damage. You're getting through, you're just not going to deal any damage. What? Yeah, you're not dealing it. Deal with it. Hilariously, pretty much every version of it is around the same price. And even the Expedition is, you know, is not an unreasonable price. And then Terrain Generator. Land, tap for colors, tap 2 and tap it, put basic land card from your hand in and play tapped. The only drawback here is it has to be a basic land, but again, if you're building the way I build my commander decks, and I commonly have like 18 plus basics, you know, 18 to 20 basics, not a problem. You're regularly going to drop extra lands and just, oh, cool. You'd rather have an effect like Walking Archive? No, Walking Atlas. You know, tap, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Why should be restricted to but yeah. Funny thing is, a 2 mana artifact is approximately equal to a land. If you take a look, you'll see lands that have a certain ability and artifacts that have a certain ability, or the same ability, and the land does this, and the artifact is the exact same, but it costs 2 mana. They turn this into a 1/1 creature. Yeah, it's fine. That part I don't think makes any actual difference. And then, yeah, same ability, except A, this has got an activation cost, and B only puts a basic into play. But this does tap for mana, and the Atlas doesn't. So, yeah, it's fine. Anyway, that is it. It is just hit midnight here, so I think we're going to call it for this evening. I hope to see you guys again next week, which we will be covering Prophecy. So, let's just take a quick view at Prophecy, shall we? Prophecy? Yes. Oh yes, the set that has Ristic Study and Spore Frog and Foil and Avatar of Woe. And then it starts going after that. Doesn't mean they're all bad, but a lot of them are. Although this is just hilarious. Tell me again, said Gelatula, raising her fist, how just one woman held back an entire Keldon platoon. At which point you just turn around and say, well, no offense intended, milady, but I'm pretty sure you could hold back an entire platoon by yourself. Anyway, that is it for tonight. We will see you around next week. Pasta la pizza, everyone. Adios, amigos. And a